Tracy.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg could suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man sunglasses.
It's been an operation.
I'm gonna get up my bed.
Sorry, having issues with this damn mouse.
That's because you're gonna plug it in.
No, it was plugged in.
Wait.
Okay, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. Shabaka, can you go on mute real quick? Because your background noise is...
I got background noise?
Yeah. Okay, sounds better now. Okay. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Kruma. As you can see right behind me, right next to me is Lady Che, our other host. Say hi to the people, Lady Che. And we have our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we have the co-executive producer and co-host. Greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High Income, an illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town called Aurora.
Greetings here from Sin City, commonly referred to as Las Vegas, Nevada, where you lose your wages and they do everything they can to get you drunk and fucked up and depart you from your cash.
Yep, that's what they do.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Do that.
Okay, are you still getting that feedback, Brother Che?
No.
Okay. All right, the microphone hooked up.
When you're not talking, I hear it. Yeah.
Okay. It's that damn refrigerator, man. That's what it's doing. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me see here. See if I can close the door to this room. Okay. What about now?
It sounds like it's gone.
Okay.
I can hear it. I can still hear it when you're not talking. But we'll just have to roll with it.
Okay. All right.
Where's the plug in?
It just sounds like somebody's breathing really hard or something.
Real quick, that thing pops up. Plug right here.
I wonder if I ought to hook the Bluetooth up to this thing. How was it the other night? Because I was on the Bluetooth.
It was excellent.
It was good.
Okay, the Bluetooth has got to charge up for a minute, man. So after it charges up in about 2 minutes, man, I'm going to switch it to keep the acoustics. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we're discussing
I'm sorry, Chewbacca. I got sidetracked. I was trying to finish the introduction.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank y'all for tuning in. This is season 4, episode 9, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. I already went over host. Okay, I already did that. And we'll be discussing several things. The first thing that we're going to be discussing is, there it goes again, Chewbacca. Real heavy.
Real heavy?
Yeah.
No, shit. Okay, wait a minute. All right, hold on. All right, okay, go ahead, man. I'm going to mute myself out. I'm going to make an adjustment here.
Okay, I got you, Sparky. So we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the California wildfires in Tracy, California. Then we got y'all president. Y'all president, because y'all voted for him in 2020. Sleepy Jim Crow Biden. His son, Hunter Biden, the one that's still fiend criminal, all that. He's in court. And he's facing federal gun charges. Will his daddy bail him out? Or pardon him, rather. Then we got Democrat Shills want black voters to be afraid about Trump appointing let me rephrase that, about the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump wants to make us afraid about Trump appointing 2 Supreme Court justices. These Democrats, man, they have no chill, and they're in a desperation, full throttle.
Oh, most definitely. Okay, how do I sound now?
You sound much better, Shabaka.
Okay, so what it is that other headset that I got, I'm getting ready to shit can it. Okay, so which means is that the filaments are fried in it. The raggedy motherfucker. I never buy the headphones from them motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta pay. You definitely gotta pay for quality these days.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Then we got. I already went over that. Hunter Biden's trial started today. They fitting the jury for tomorrow. I had just seen latest update. Then we got prison coming soon. Oh yes, it's a prison coming soon for Hunter Biden. We shall see. Biden, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, his daddy.
Yeah.
Chicago's DNC convention may go viral or virtual this year, Shabaka, to avoid protest fears.
Oh, ain't that about a bitch? Is because see, them motherfuckers is worried about a repeat of what happened in 1968. Okay, now I'm just gonna give a brief rundown. This is from memory. I was only 9 years old when they had the last Democratic National Convention in there. Okay, what they did was they beat the shit out of Dan Rather, who was a correspondent for CBS News. They whooped Dan Rather's ass. Then the NBC correspondent by the name of John Chancellor, they booked his ass. They threw him in jail. And Mayor Daley got up there and told all the motherfuckers up on the podium to kiss his ass. Well, that's Chicago, folks. I mean, they got certain traditions there. It was the home of Al Capone for many, many years. So what is to be expected? You know what I mean? And then also to old Sarge. Yeah, Sarge. Yeah, so I was on another blog.
Oh, country.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. We got the MD in here. Sorry, Chad. I just been ignoring y'all. Been trying to get it together. I'm on Lady Chase computer and the mouse.
Oh, we got MD20 in. Greetings to MD20.
So we got Peace Shaw from MD. So have a good night. Okay.
Okay, and then also too, we got RBG. Peace, guys and goddesses. Hey, peace to you, RBG. Thank you for joining us, man. Salute, salute. You know what I'm saying? RBG all the way. Okay, now on this rigged ass, crooked ass, sorry, raggedy ass.
He's a great Shabaka. And then Brother Shabbat said I read about Donald Duck this morning.
And he has a serious issue. Oh yeah, and I had went on another blog talk show with our one and only favorite guy. Yeah, they whooped Dan Rather's ass, man. You could Google that shit. They whooped Dan Rather's ass. Yeah, they did, MD. And then the other news reporter for NBC by the name of John Chancellor, they arrested that motherfucker, man, while he was up there on the news. And they said, well, what's going on with you, John Chancellor? And he says, well, I'm under arrest. You know what I'm saying?
KRS-One, we're not done. So we got Sheila Jackson Lee announces she has a pancreatic cancer diagnosis. Then a black sports news anchor is coming out, and this proves that homophobia is dead. It's a made-up term that they use to push their agenda.
Yes.
Then he says the dump. Oh yeah, got the dump as a human shit has been convicted of all 34 counts.
Which is great news. Great news. Great news.
Does it even matter?
It doesn't.
It doesn't for all practical purposes, because I just found out today, believe it or not, is that you could be a convicted felon and still run for the presidency. So therefore, so to quote Jay Dizzle when he had mentioned Goodfellas the other night, so then they might as well have Tommy run for president, Nikki Cabonis, Jimmy 2 times, you know what I'm saying? And
what's your boy BMF Big Meech? Let's throw Big Meech in there too.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. So therefore, man, so then at least that will show that there's halfway some justice. All you gotta do is be a crooked motherfucker like Donald Duck, you know what I'm saying, and be convicted, have a rap sheet as long as your arm, man, and go get the job. Now, if they elect Donald Duck,
I'm not done yet though, Sparker.
Okay.
So got that, and then we got the teacher that held that slave auction that we covered a few weeks back in her classroom. She's only been placed on leave.
Oh, well, they need to fire her ass.
And then, of course, we got our illegal migrant news, and our unhoused neighbor news,
right?
And our illegal migrant sweeps. in our unhoused neighbor suites.
Okay.
And our brother Shabazz says Donald the Dump Trump
Yeah.
is charged for sexual assault.
Okay, now they need to have his ass fall on that one, is because when he's going to sit up there and say, grab a woman by the you know what, that is a sexual assault. Oh, yes, sir. And in some cases, in some states, man, that could be attempted rape in the first degree. So, like I said, when the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make this perfectly clear, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, book his ass, have him run his administration from Alcatraz Island. Okay? Throw his ass out there in the middle of Frisco Bay on Alcatraz Island. Now, for those of you that says, well, Alcatraz has been closed, hey, then reopen the motherfucker and let him run his administration from there. And let them rats bite him in the ass, roaches, you know, all other kind of other situations that they got going on out there with Donald Duck. Now, but one thing, though, that Donald Duck did say, people, is that he did say that we are due reparations at the federal level because we built this motherfucker.
So the question since day one of the dump being or running for office or being in office is, will he cut the goddamn check?
Right. You see? And I'm going to tell you something. If Donald Duck goes up there and cuts the motherfucking check, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he is. I'm not saying that he isn't. But if he does that, man, then that there will put all kind of egg on the Democrats' face. And then what the Democrats would do, if Donald Duck was to do that, then they're going to get all the Tim Scotts, all the Cotton Mollers, you know, all the ass scratchers, Claibornes, you know, Yassa Bosses, Coons, whatever.
Democratic shills. Yeah, they're going to get they definitely going to get the Tim Scotts. They don't really have too much to work with on the Republican side. We ran them all off the block.
Yep, so, and then too, and then do this.
They're gonna have to take the Sheriff Clarks and the.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know,
the damn
and it's sickening. Now, see, the thing is about this syndrome of the slave mentality. You see, that shit has been beaten in us, you know, for generations upon generations. And then when they came up there and said, okay, well, you know, you colored folks are free and we're going to make you citizens. And I have not had not one person tell me that when did we as a people after slavery petition the United States government
I believe
to be citizens?
Did answer that question for you, Shabaki.
Oh yeah, what was asked again? Please tell me again. I'm old and might be on the verge of senility.
He said that happened with the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments.
Okay, I understand that, but show me where we as a people have went and pushed for the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments.
Now that is a trickier question.
Right. Okay, because
that would be during the Reconstruction time or even Civil War time, Shabaka, like
right.
Antebellum time.
Right, because the Reconstruction era was pretty much all through the late 1860s, all through the 1870s to the early 1880s, I believe, if memory serves me correct. But what I would do is that I will pull up my books from Lerone Bennett and check it out. You know what I'm saying? Which is a great source of information, you know, that Sarge, you know, really has a problem with, you know what I mean? And so RBG, okay, so it is official that Trump is charged for sexual assault?
That's what he said. That's what Brother said. He got charged, but he hasn't been convicted, though, is the question, though.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is, though, has he formally been charged for sexual assault? Is because if he has, that is a major game changer.
Yeah, he just had to pay out old girl behind that shit. The white girl that he still won't stop talking about. She just got like 80-something million off his ass.
Okay, all right, but that is
keep him broke.
Okay, but that's just it, though, brother.
We're gonna
but that there's a civil case, but I'm talking about in a criminal case, has he been charged for sexual assault?
Oh, that part I don't know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
some newspaper about Donald Trump.
Okay, but at least as long as they got that on his rap sheet, man, you know what I'm saying? You know, as long as they got that shit on his rap sheet, you know what I mean? And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow night, okay, I read some newspaper about Donald Trump. Okay, RBG. Okay. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, spread the link far and wide for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow night. The number to call in is 516-418-5996. We're coming on 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. in the Central Time Zone, and 9 p.m. in the East. And Donald Duck, you welcome to call in too. Hell, you'll help our ratings get boosted. You know what I'm saying? Now, in regard to Hunter Biden, Brother Chair, I'm just gonna say this, that I'm gonna, let you go on and
Shabaka, we gotta get to the fires. I'm trying to pull the queue up.
Oh, okay.
Well, update on what's happening with that.
Okay. Oh, most definitely, yeah.
So what's happening? There's fires going on.
Yes, sir. Okay, you got fires going on near Tracy, California, where a major one is. Okay. So then they say that California, is expecting a rough fire season this year, because generally what's been happening in the last 5 years, they would have one fire, then another fire start, then another fire would start, because as you know, when those ambers, when the wind blows, they'll take sparks, to dry fields, that could kick the fire up. And California is most definitely dry this time of the year, because out here in this desert, man, right now it's 92 degrees. You're saying they're expecting
it was 85 today and we was complaining. So yeah.
And this is at nighttime.
Tomorrow, I believe, though, Shabaka, if the clouds didn't come in, it would have hit 90 today.
Oh yeah. So California is gonna burn again. I'm sorry to say. I'm of the opinion, I haven't done any research on it, but I think what they do, man, is that they plan these damn fires. You see what I'm saying? To burn down real estate.
Some of them are planned.
Yeah.
Other ones are really caused by like electrical storms, by lightning.
Right. Okay. And that there would be the person who would be responsible for that would be the Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
For the lightning?
No, sir. For the fire starting is because that Paradise Fire, man, found out that one of their capacitor banks, had started the Paradise Fire. Okay, RBG says, when I was reading about Donald Trump in a newspaper, I tried to figure out what he did. It says 34 counts of felony. RBG, that is what he just got hit with recently, about 3 days ago in New York City, for corrupt shit, all kind of shit, suppressing evidence, shit on classified documents, stuff like that, but the main thing that they really need to hit the Trump with is perjury, okay? Because if they hit him with perjury, then that kills all his credibility when he goes out here and makes his campaign speeches. You see? Yeah, and then of course, MAGA, as we define it here on Frontline Black News,
my ass got arrested.
Is my ass got arrested? Yes, and not make America great again, but my ass got arrested.
Never great.
Yeah, when was this motherfucker ever great, Well, they try to say, well, Africa is full of a bunch of shithole countries, you know what I'm saying? But it wasn't for those shithole countries.
Than any goddamn thing. You start talking about a shithole country.
Yes, sir. You see, and then keep in mind, that's where all the silicon, the chrome, the bauxite, magnesium, gold, you know what I'm saying, diamonds, all that there comes from those shithole countries.
Or rather a state, because some of these states is straight shitholes, like Colorado.
Oh, yeah, and California. California is a straight shithole state.
Anything goes here, and there's massive homelessness, and people can't afford to live here no more, especially our people. So we've been out of all of the major areas that we used to occupy due to redlining. We were forced there.
Right, and that's
And
another reason for the reparations as well too.
To those communities, if you will, without
Yes,
having
sir.
fear of being lynched.
Oh yes, sir. And then not to mention the
That
fact,
happened to you, like in a sundown town, like I'm currently in, Lady J.
yeah, and also to a sundown town like Taft, California.
Oh
a
yeah,
sundown town like Shasta, California. You know what I mean?
There's a town called Loveland, and if you black, you can get lynched there.
Loveland, Colorado.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, and then not to mention that sundown town they got up there called Placerville, California. Yep, the same place, you know, where they discovered all the gold. You know what I'm saying? Up there in El Dorado County.
It's the footage of the fires, y'all, from ABC.
California. Okay.
Yep. More than 12,000 acres burnt by
California's peak wildfire season starting off in a big way. More than 10,000 acres burned with homes threatened, flames and smoke filling the sky. ABC's Melissa Adon is in Los Angeles with more. Melissa, good morning. This is a big deal.
Good morning, Gio. We are monitoring the Corral fire. It is a major fire growing in Northern California. This is in the town of Terry in a rural community. CAL FIRE confirming it is about more than 12,000 acres that have burned. Fire crews have about 15% contained. Now, evacuations are underway. There's also a highway portion of I-580 shut down as crews work to battle this blaze. Fire crews containing this at 15%. 2 firefighters were injured and are being treated at a hospital dealing with mild to moderate burns. Now, this is a fast-moving, wind-driven grass fire in a mainly rural area. The CAL FIRE Battalion Chief in San Joaquin County sharing how high grass is fueling this fire, and they are battling gusty conditions, with gusts clocking in at about 40 miles per hour. This as fire crews are just hoping for a break in the winds. Of course, this area here, mostly rural, east of San Francisco in San Joaquin County. But look, Whit, this is a reminder that despite this wet season that we've been having out here out west and in California, it is clear that the threat of wildfires is among us. And it is such an important time and a reminder to have that go bag ready to go. Be prepared in case of an emergency. And this, of course, as we're expecting even warmer temperatures in the coming days.
Absolutely. Just getting into those summer months. Melissa, thank you. That wildfire spreading in hot, dry, windy conditions, as Melissa just noted.
California.
Let's go right to ABC Samara Theodore looking at the weather picture here. Samara, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. Yeah, the improvements are not coming anytime soon. So here we have the Corral fire burning just south of Tracy. Winds are going to gust up to 40 miles per hour today. Look at the temperatures, 85 degrees today. They're anticipated to hit about 100 degrees by Tuesday. And that's when that excessive heat watch goes into effect from Redding all the way down to Afton. We also have a heat advisory that will begin a little bit closer to the coastline. We do expect the excessive heat watch to expand then by the middle of the week to Las Vegas, Phoenix, and Tucson. Speaking of Las Vegas normally hits 110 degrees by July. They could be looking at hitting 111 by Thursday. That will be the earliest on record. Triple digits anticipated in Palm Springs and Phoenix as well. And very quickly, I'll wrap with this. The the Climate Prediction Center is anticipating temperatures to remain above normal out west as we head into next weekend. So no relief in sight. Janae?
Oh, none at all, Samara. Thank you for that.
Firefighters were able to get a handle on the Corral fire. Burned west of 580, south of Tracy. Our chopper was over the area about an hour ago as fire crews mopped up some of the remaining hotspots.
Are you still there?
Fire looked like that last night. Here. CAL FIRE said more than 14,000 acres have gone up in smoke.
Okay, I'm just thinking in my mind.
Fire now is 30% contained.
Of the areas that I've traveled through in that.
Just after 2:30 yesterday afternoon, and the winds made it a tough fight for fire crews. 2 Alameda County firefighters had to be flown to the hospital. Interestingly, Alameda County Fire said that it was doing a control burn in the area. The control burn was put out about 3. Right now, fire officials say the 2 fires are not related, although the control burn ended at just about the time that the Corral fire started.
What a fucking coincidence.
And this is the...
Wait, Shabaka might have called that one.
No, what a fucking coincidence.
control
No,
fire.
man,
Don't
The
remember-
California, they ain't fooling me with this shit. They planned that shit, okay? Now, the reason why I can see that they have planned that shit is, number one, is the
all that scorched
mismanagement.
earth. You see all that scorched earth?
Say that again now.
The black spots. That's all where the
Yeah,
fire
that's
is.
the scourged area. So which means is that they had a controlled burn, is because in that area of California, you do have a lot of dry grass out there. I mean, for miles upon miles. Okay. And then when you go up there through the Altamont, as they call it, which is that they stated Interstate 580, which takes you out of the Bay Area, you know, into San Joaquin County and Stockton and what have you. Okay. Now, so the sparks hit, okay, the winds is blowing, and then keep in mind it is abnormally warm up there in Northern California, is because that's generally your foliage and it's all green there. Southern California is mainly desert-like, and what happens is that the San Joaquin Valley is nothing but a great big ass wind tunnel, man, because it's 700 miles long and 200 miles wide. So generally this time of the year, the warm air would come up out the south off of the desert. Then in the winter months, the cold air would come up out of the PMW going through there. So,
and what else, Shabaka? What else is along that 900 stretch?
okay, what you got there is Sacramento, you got Stockton, you got Turlock, you got Madera, you got America's Salad Bowl over there. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, expect your vegetables to go up in price.
They
Okay.
got fault over there too.
You got what now?
There's a fault that sits on.
Oh the San Andreas fault. The fault line.
San Joaquin Office of Emergency Services showing the evacuation zone. But as we mentioned, all of the orders have been downgraded in this fire to warnings. Roads will still be closed to through traffic. A boil water notice has been issued for most of the evacuation zone due to what they are calling a water outage. And despite the orders to leave, one neighbor who lives across from an area where one home was lost stayed behind to make sure more homes didn't go up in flames. John Ramos reports.
And these can be insurance jobs
too.
too.
2:30 p.m. Saturday on the outskirts of Livermore, and by the time it got over the
that's what a national laboratory is.
It had become the largest wildland fire of the year so far. The grass fire started near the Lawrence Livermore Laboratories, and by the time it was contained, had burned more than 12,000 acres.
Altamont Pass is known as a windy place anyways, but what we were
I've
experiencing
been
last night
through
was
the
much
Altamont
worse than
Pass.
the norm out here. We were looking at
I know you have been there,
in the high 30s, low 40s, the 60s, making it difficult to even stand there, let alone engage in trying to fight fire. Firefighters were met with those conditions where the fire was just outrunning them.
In fact, two firefighters suffered burn injuries when the erratic winds changed direction, pushing the flames back at them.
Watching the grass burn like that was impressive. It made sounds that you typically only hear in brush and timber. It was very rapidly moving and evolving fire.
Adolfo Inguanzo owns property in the Tracy suburbs that he allowed firefighters to use as a base camp. It's about 5 miles from Highway 580, which they were hoping would act as a natural fire break.
And we start checking that it is across the 580. And yeah, we just pray for the best at that point, right? So we do get some sort of worry, but most of it is just praying that nothing would jump on this side.
It worked. The flames stopped at the freeway, preventing a run into Tracy. But on the fire's side of the road, they weren't so lucky. This neighborhood off Vernalis Road became the focus of the firefight as they struggled to protect the homes. The residents had all evacuated, except for Kern Gill.
I'm sorry?
Didn't you say you have some people out there?
Yes, sir. I do got some loved ones up there, and I've been trying to call them all day, man, and I haven't heard from them, man. So I'm getting a little concerned about them, but I'm going to try again late tonight and first thing tomorrow.
Does any of that look familiar?
Hell yeah, it all looks familiar, man. I passed right by off that same 580 highway. All that shit looks familiar.
No, I'm saying like where your people live.
Yes, sir, it is because, you know, they're like about 15 miles away from Tracy.
He and his neighbors stayed behind, and he took this video as flames roared down off the hills and up behind the houses.
Everything was getting lit on fire. It was intense. It was 200-foot flames, smoke everywhere. It was bad.
The fire burned right up to the backyards of most homes before dying off, but one home on Bernard Road was not so lucky. It was the only major structure lost in the blaze, along with a number of vehicles parked on the property. But the heat coming off the burning house caused more problems for Gil.
Then all of a sudden we were getting ambers landing on our property, so I was just hosing that stuff down because the last thing we need is to get everyone's house on fire.
When the power cut out, killing his water well, they were forced to pull water from a swimming pool.
We were just paling water on the fire. We took just anything we had that could pail water, buckets, cans, whatever we could find. I feel like if I wasn't here, it would have just everything would have burned down.
By noon, the flames were gone and 580 was reopened. The fire ended as abruptly as it started, but as firefighters patrolled the area looking for hotspots, they saw this as a wake-up call.
We've had smaller fires up and down the state, a couple hundred acres here and there, but this is the first major incident where we're burning, over 1,000 acres.
And a couple of years back,
Yeah.
the largest in California history.
Yeah, that was the Paradise Fire.
Yeah. How big it get? Like 100 plus 8,000 acres.
Yeah, it's because when I traveled through California coming out to PMW, man, everything was all burned up, man, from the state line of the Siskiyou County, man, all the way down there, damn near to Sacramento. And all the ice had melted off of Mount Shasta at the time, which is a glacier.
Yeah.
And I'd ask people generally there where I stop, to get my coffee and to take my break. I says, what happened to all the ice up there on Mount Shasta, the glacier? They said that the fire had melted it, the heat. You see what I'm saying? Because not only do you have the heat from the fire, you also got the desert heat and the heat from the summer weather as well, too. That adds to it is because, as you all know, go back to elementary school where you got the fire triangle, which is fuel, okay, heat, right, and air. So what a firefighter tries to do, they try to break the triangle. They try to kill the flame, which is the heat, or they'll try to block the air. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then quite naturally, of course, you see them a lot of times where they'll go up there and start pulling up grass, which is the fuel of it. You see what I'm saying? So what Newsom sorry ass needs to do, that starting in late March, then they need to have the state out there, man. People do it for community service or some convicts, man, over there at the Slammer and Tracy. You know what I'm saying? To get some time off to go out there, man, and sickle that grass. You see what I'm saying? Because the summers are getting more and more warmer that I recall, man, on an average within the last 20 years out there. See, that shit there is bad. Now, also, too, not only do you got the fucking fire, but the damn air quality gets fucked off, too.
Yeah. And then you got that fog on top of it.
Yeah. Well, see, so what they need to do, it seems to me, is that they would have gotten them damn water planes, you know what I'm saying? Fly down there to Frisco base, scoop up the water, man, fly over there to Livermore and dump the water.
Obviously, they wasn't expecting this Shabaka. It kind of caught them by surprise.
Okay, well, then I blame that on Gruesome Newsom is because, he's the goddamn governor, man. He's supposed to issue out some goddamn executive orders for emergency management services.
Sorry, y'all. Having technical difficulties with this mouse.
Okay, and then on top of it as well, too, now the thing, if they really wanted a good disaster, and if the Almighty really wanted to fuck them up with that fire, have a damn earthquake to go with it, then you're fucked.
Shabaka, this year, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not purposely ignoring y'all in the comments. I'm just
No. Okay, alrighty, yeah, and so we're having technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, out of our Denver studio. So I'm just gonna sit up here and just ad lib, on these fire situations of my time of living in California. Okay, this is bad. Okay, the water pressure is gonna go down on all the homes out there because the fire department is using them. Number one. Number two is they're going to have everybody shut off their energy because electricity is heat as well too, you see. And so they're going to want everybody to turn off their air conditioners. They're going to want everybody to turn off their other things, unnecessary devices that they're using for electricity. Because keep in mind, you got transmission lines that are going through this shit as well too. See, all up and down the state. So if the fire hits those, you know what I'm saying, and burns them, they say that's 200,000 fucking volts, man, that you got going through. Okay, and RBG says, I don't know if you remember what happened in Granbury, Colorado 20 years ago. I almost forgot about it. Bulldozer rampage back in 2004. Yeah. So then the state of California with Caltrans, they need to get them damn bulldozers out there. You see what I'm saying? And you right, RBG, they cannot beat Mother Nature. You could hold her at bay, but fighting Mother Nature, you're gonna lose that fight.
Otherwise known as the netter.
Yes, sir. And then also too, and just pray to God a fucking quake don't hit while all this is going on.
Shabaka there, dude. That's why you got the hell up out of there.
Hell yeah, man. That's why I got the hell up out of there, man. I'm glad I did. You see what I'm saying? The state administration under gruesome Newsom's regime is all fucked up. You know what I'm saying? They're worrying about a motherfucker shoving ketchup up his ass as opposed to the natural management of things of what they should be doing. You see what I mean? Yeah. And then also too, ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind is that there's where Silicon Valley is headquartered in California. So as we know with our laptops and our cell phones, a whole lot of energy is being pulled for them to function. But what it is they keep putting up all this goddamn advertisement on this here, like this bullshit you see right there. You see what I'm saying? And that there puts more strain on the power grid too, for some fucking advertisement. Yeah. Shit that don't nobody want. Scammers, hackers.
So much money.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? That those are multi-goddamn trillion-dollar organizations out there. I said trillion. The alien with the T. You know what I mean? And they could do
buying all of them, maybe. But ain't no single trillionaire yet.
Not yet, but you got motherfuckers on their way.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos himself, he's 50% of the way right there. He got like $500 billion. Okay. And fuck this motherfucker in the commercial right here. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Ain't interested in a goddamn thing they got to say because they ain't paying us shit. So fuck them.
Right. Okay. I charged it. Still giving me problems.
Okay. Don't you have a flat mouse on your computer laptop?
No. On my laptop, yes, but not on this computer, no.
Okay.
I'm on Lady Chase computer.
Okay. See, look at this shit, man. Look at that. See?
Yeah, that was a construction fire.
Mm-hmm.
That happened in Redwood City. You've been there.
Yeah, Redwood City is up there in the north. It's right below Mount Shasta, as a matter of fact. It's off the Interstate 5. And then when you get to Redwood City, that's when you start climbing the mountains up there into Siskiyou County. And then that's when you're going to pass right by Mount Shasta.
Yeah. It's acting real weird.
Okay, it might be artificial intelligence. It could be something fucking with Silicon Valley due to this fire as well, too. You see?
I'm trying to get back to my original cue.
Okay.
Giving me the hardest time. Okay. So we're pretty much done on the fire. I have some more clips to play with.
Okay.
I think we just saw it. The latest report was they had got it under control finally, but damn, 12,000 acres.
Mm-hmm. And out there by Livermore.
Last 10 minutes as crews are battling a fire in the hills closer to Livermore.
And on the
Right.
other side at the Altamont Pass, a grass fire broke out late this afternoon near Interstate 580. You can see the burn scar there that fire created. Good evening. I'm Edie Lambert.
And I'm Ty Steele. Thanks for being with us at 6. The fire happened west of Tracy near the Altamont Pass Wind Farm substation. That's a PG&E facility. It has burned more than 95 acres right now and is 50% contained, according to CAL FIRE. And it's close to the fire that forced evacuations in San Joaquin County this weekend.
Okay, so we are working to get a live shot from this scene, which is, we're having a technical issue at the very moment, but we want to check in with Tamara Berg. Here.
All right, let's take you to the East Bay. Fire crews mopping up and trying to fully contain the biggest wildfire we've had so far this season. It's called the Corral Fire. It started Saturday afternoon near the Lawrence Livermore Lab in San Joaquin County. It spread quickly, destroyed one home, threatened many more. NBC Bay Area's Jody Hernandez joins us from Tracy tonight. What is the status right now with where firefighters have on this, and how preoccupied are they about the impending heat that we're going to see in the next couple of hours?
They've definitely gotten the upper hand on this fire. They're 75% contained right now, so things are looking good. Now, this fire was fueled by 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so it was intense and it was fast moving. It destroyed one house. You can see all that's left of that house behind us. Now, the son of the couple who lived here says this goes to show you everything you have today could all be gone tomorrow during fire season.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's devastating. It's, you know, the reality is setting in and, you know, going through the grief and loss process.
Travis Curtis describes the loss his family is feeling after his parents' home of more than 30 years was destroyed Saturday night in the Corral Fire.
Had a knock at the door from the sheriff's department that told them they needed to get out. They grabbed their dogs, their turtle, and some clothes and left. They, you know, forgot meds and other stuff.
They looked like Roman candles. Like the wind was hitting them and you could just see the embers flying up on top of my roof.
As his neighbor's house burned, Daniel Perez refused to evacuate and instead used a bucket to pour pool water onto his fence to keep it from spreading to his house.
I grabbed the little pail that I had and I literally was just filling it up and throwing it on each post, the post that was on most fire at that time. And I just kept going.
He helped save his home, but a backyard workshop filled with mementos and family heirlooms burned.
That jukebox right there was from 1957. My parents danced at their wedding party with that jukebox. They gave it to me. My father trusted me with it. I told him I was going to take good care of it, and I let him down. It's burnt.
Tonight, firefighters are trying to put out the hot spots. They say what happened here could be a sign of what's to come this fire season.
We don't know what's going to happen this year, considering we just had more than 14,000 acre fire on June 1st with evacuations. Everyone should take that as a sign that they need to be prepared for what could be coming.
Perez says the fire got so bad he feared not just for his home, but for his life.
I just thought, you know, I was a goner. That's like real. It was like I just thought I was a goner. It was a lot of emotion.
And we're back here live. You can see it's still very windy, not half as windy as it was Saturday. And you can also see the hills, the charred hills behind us. Again, more than 14,000 acres have burned out here in San Joaquin County. The good news, it's now 75% contained, and the threat appears to be over. Reporting live in Tracy, I'm Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area News.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I have to give it to him.
Okay, was
California on that one, man. You know, for them containing it and getting 75% of it out in the shorter time that they did. Okay, that is great news. Okay, and I'm still trying to call my loved ones out there, and I'm not going to stop until I hear from them and whatnot. And then also too, we putting it out there, people. Okay, we don't mind other people coming up here, you know, mentioning of what they're doing and stuff like that, but please minimize the advertisement. Now, if you sharing our material and our content, just let us know, and we ain't got no problem with you, and we'll work with you. Okay, but because we've been going on here 4 or 5 years right now, and we're tired of people up here stepping on us with their goddamn advertisement, and I'm just being real about it. But we do not have a problem of working with you if you are getting out our advertisement for our material. You know, one hand washes the other. It's called reciprocity, one of the principles of my art.
Right. I agree, Spucker. Okay, so moving along. Thank God it was only one house that was lost instead of several lives and homes destroyed.
That eases my mind a lot with them having it 75% contained. So also too, I'm quite sure that the city of Oakland has gotten a great deal of smoke from there, you know, and I'm quite sure they had an inversion layer over Oakland and the San Francisco Bay Area, and then hopefully the winds will come off the Pacific to carry out, you know, the smoke, not the ambers, but the smoke, because Frisco Bay does stay pretty windy on the majority of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially the storm is blowing in.
Yes, sir. So hopefully, man, they'll get some rain to hit it, and then, you know, some rainwater to reinforce it with it being totally put out. Is because over the years that I've lived there in California, when they would have some of these fires, they would prey on the rain, and some rain has came through, and they had a few thunderstorms a couple of times that came through there, heavy rain that came through there on one fire, and it put the fire out totally. They say, you know, after the California Forestry Department and the Cal Fire Department went up there and did their inspections, and they said, well, thank God for the rain, because that made their job a little easier, and them dudes do put in some work. And when you see them when they come up out of those hills, like when you stop in a gas station and see them, or at a McDonald's or something you might stop at, these dudes put it in, and these dudes are exhausted. So I ain't got nothing but love for a paramedic and a fireman. You know, fuck the goddamn police department.
Right. I think one of the ones that saved my building from going up, and just like that, house went up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They said it was an electrical error, Shabaka.
It was a what?
Electrical error that caused the fire.
Oh boy, then go jack up that contractor. They got records who laid those electrical wires.
Oh, that place passes inspection.
It passed inspection.
Yeah, I don't know how. I've been saying that.
Well, then the first motherfucker then they need to go see is the inspector. You know what I'm saying?
The inspectors, it was going to cost them almost $1 million, which meant they're going to have to condemn the building and move us somewhere else, which they should have fucking did from the very beginning. That was a disaster from beginning to end. It was an experiment gone bad. An experiment that I concocted, though. This was one of my ideas when I ran for city council at large in 2019, where I got 15,000 votes down there with no money. So we got and he his son, the Dauphin, the criminal, the child porn addict, he has been put hauled into court for that 3 federal gun charges.
Okay.
Will his daddy pardon him? Basically, is the question.
That's a given, man. That's a given. Come on, man. If that was your son and you had the power to pardon him, now you might be upset with the crimes that he committed or the lifestyle he's living, fucking with them drugs, but you're not gonna let him take a fall. Let's say, particularly if you got the power to pardon him,
which I believe in this case he does.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be mad at Biden for pardoning his child. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be mad at him in the least. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he did it. So Brother Tony is gonna give us an update
Okay.
on the federal gun charges that sleepy Jim Crow Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
And he is on trial. His trial started today.
Okay.
Into some, video clips afterwards, some news clips for us to dissect and go through. And so, as you can see, the title of this article here is "From Collapsed Plea Deal to Trial: How Hunter Biden has become how Hunter Biden has come to face jurors on federal gun charges." Let's get into it. And as usual, everything that you see on your screen today, the links to all the articles and videos will be in the description box below, so you can read these articles in their entirety for yourself, as well as watch the videos for yourself, the news clips minus my commentary. Let's get into it. Hunter Biden is headed to trial on federal gun charges. The younger Biden is now also confronting the threat of felony convictions and time behind bars. Now, how much time is Hunter Biden facing? He's looking at roughly around 25 years in prison.
That motherfucker ain't gonna do 25 days
of all 3 felony counts. And we're going to get into what those felony counts are in a moment. But here's another interesting piece of information. Mr. Biden has pled not guilty to the charges, right? But
as
he is
well
also,
as he should have.
With the strike of the judge's gavel in Delaware, Hunter Biden, the son of Joe Biden, became the first child of a sitting president to be a criminal defendant. He is the first child of a president to become a criminal defendant. And that shouldn't be too surprising, because anybody who's looked into Hunter Biden's past at all could see that he was at least a raving delinquent, to say the very least. Something funny.
Just say the motherfuckers on dope, man.
Right?
Come on, shit.
I never paid Hunter Biden too much mind. I never paid him that much mind, honestly, in the past. But as I was getting ready for today's stream and just really looking for photos for the thumbnail, I was amazed to see how many obscene and absurd photos there are of Hunter Biden online. Just partying very hard, to say the very least, partying extremely hard. And I'll just leave it at that. Let's carry on. The case opening Monday, which was today, it's about a gun Hunter Biden had for about 11 days, a 38 caliber Colt Cobra Special. Prosecutors say he bought it illegally in October of 2018 because he falsely swore on a federal form that he was not a drug user. So now with that, what I want to do is I want to pull up the actual charges. What I want to do is pull up the actual charges. So let me bring that up on the screen right now so we can go through what the actual charges are concerning him lying on these forms, saying that he wasn't a drug user when there's a lot of evidence that proves otherwise upon buying these guns, right? So the first count is false statement in purchase of a firearm. Max penalty, 10 years imprisonment, $250,000 fine, 3 years supervised release. That's what he could get, minimum 3 years supervised release. The second count is a false statement to a licensed firearm dealer. The max penalty is 5 years imprisonment, a $250,000 fine, 3 years supervised release. And the third count is possession of a firearm by an unlawful user of a controlled substance. Max penalty, 10 years imprisonment, $250,000 fine, and 3 years supervised release. So that's what he's looking at right now. Those are the charges, and that's the time broken down in detail. Now, the article continues to read, prosecutors say I read that part already. He never fired the gun, according to his lawyers, and it ended up dumped in a trash can. Now, that's interesting. How did it end up dumped in a trash can? Did Hunter Biden throw the gun in the trash can? No. I'm curious to know how many of you know who actually threw the gun in a trash can if it wasn't Hunter Biden. If it wasn't Hunter Biden, who threw the gun in the trash can? I'm curious to see if anybody in the live chat knows the answer to that question. I'm willing to bet that quite a few of you might not. Quite a few of you might not. So let's find out who exactly threw that in the trash can. And when we get here, it states jurors are expected to hear testimony from Hunter Biden's ex-wife and other former romantic partners, including Beau's widow, Haley Biden, with whom Hunter Biden had a relationship after his brother's death. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there.
He was super with his brother.
You gotta be a sick individual, to say the very least, for you to engage in a romantic relationship
Oh my God.
with your dead brother's wife. And to be completely fair, the wife, who is the widower, is 10 times worse than Hunter Biden. Okay? Let's not put that, because oftentimes in these situations, we go straight for the guy, and the guy deserves his blame. When you take in Hunter Biden's delinquent behavior,
the generous,
take it in totality, and then you put it up against the fact that his brother, who passed away from brain cancer, he then got into a romantic relationship with his brother's now widowed wife after your brother died from brain cancer. Like no less than a year later, probably less than a year later, y'all were already in the sheets. Yeah, you definitely deserve your blame, bro.
Right.
You're a scumbag, because I can never in a million years imagine me doing that to my brother. You know, my brother passes away. I have two older brothers. One is still married, the other one divorced, but they pass away, and I get into a relationship with their now widowed wives. I can't. That would never even come to mind for me.
Right.
But nonetheless, Haley, I believe her name is Haley Biden, is 10 times worse. Is 10 times worse. We can't just go straight to the guy all the time. No. The women have to hold their blame. The women have to hold their blame.
Look, man.
And
it
Haley
takes 6
Biden,
guys
I believe
to
that's her
carry
name.
a
Yeah,
man
Haley
to his
Biden.
grave,
She's
and only
10
one
times
woman
worse
to
than
put him
Hunter
there.
Biden was in this particular situation. Because how are you gonna go with the brother now that your husband is dead? That means you always wanted to get with the brother. And
Not
you were
necessarily.
probably, in my opinion, I assume, allegedly, maybe, it's just my opinion, you were probably already doing something with Hunter Biden
Not
before your
necessarily.
husband even passed, Beau Biden. Most likely. You're
Not
probably doing something with him
necessarily.
while your husband was dying of brain cancer before he passed away. It's sick, man. It's sick. That's to me, that's the only answer. That's the only reality that could exist. If when Beau passes away from brain cancer, a couple months later, you're in a relationship with Hunter Biden. Hey, man. Anyways, I'll let it go. I don't want to belabor that point, but that's just sick and twisted all the way around. But I'm sure now, as you can guess,
open for opinion.
Haley Biden, the widow of Beau Biden, is the one who found the gun and threw it in the trash. Haley Biden found the gun in Hunter Biden's truck and threw it in the trash. It was found by a man collecting recyclables who gave it to the police. And if I'm not mistaken, from what I heard and from some information that I came across while researching and, just going through these articles, if I'm not mistaken, she threw it in a trash can behind a grocery store. So she recklessly got rid of the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Recklessly. Allegedly. I assume, in my opinion, from what I've heard. I don't know this to be a fact now. This is just what I heard. What I came across, through reading a handful of articles, is that she threw the gun away in a garbage can in the back of a grocery store. Just tossed it And that's how it was found in the trash by a man who was looking for recyclables. He was digging through the dumpster in the back of a grocery store, probably looking for some cans, looking for some glass bottles to recycle.
Well,
and
you
came
can tell that
across
wasn't a black motherfucker, because if a
and he
black
returned that
motherfucker would have
he
found
sent
that
that into
gas,
the police,
he
and
probably
now
would have
here we
used
are.
it, or
And
probably wouldn't sold the motherfucker.
Biden, he almost got away with it. He almost got away with it. But here's what happened. It once looked like Hunter Biden was going to avoid prosecution in the gun case altogether. The deal was announced last June. Nearly 3 years earlier, Hunter Biden had confirmed the federal investigation into his tax affairs in December of 2020, shortly after his father was elected. The younger Biden would have pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor tax offense. Prosecutors would have recommended 2 years of probation. There was also a diversion agreement that would have allowed him to escape prosecution on felony gun charges as long as he stayed out of trouble for 2 years. I have never heard of a diversion agreement in my life up until this moment in time.
California has many of them.
So him pleading guilty to misdemeanor tax offense, they were going to roll up the gun charges in what's called a diversion agreement, to which he wouldn't face those charges anymore so long as he pled guilty to this lesser charge of a misdemeanor tax offense. And as long as he stayed out of trouble for 2 years, then that gun charge would have went away completely. Like I said, I personally have never heard of anything like that before. Clearly, just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist and it's not a thing. Because clearly it is. And I want to go through that very quickly too, just to get a little bit more of a concrete definition on what that actually is and what that actually means. A diversion agreement. A diversion agreement is a contract between a defendant and a prosecutor that allows for an alternative to prosecution in a criminal case. The agreement can include a deferral of charges, dismissal of charges, or a combination of both. In exchange for the alternative, the defendant may be required to meet certain conditions, such as participating in a rehabilitation program, making restitution, and refraining from criminal activity for a specified period of time. For Hunter Biden, it was 2 years. The agreement must be approved by a court and may include a detailed statement of the defendant's requirements and the reason for the diversion. But that got spoiled. Why did it get spoiled? Here's why. But the plea hearing quickly unraveled. U.S. District Judge Marilyn Norica, I believe her last name is Norica, U.S. District Judge Marilyn Norica, who was nominated to the bench by Trump, quizzed both sides with concerns about the deal. To her, it seemed unusual and required her to be involved in the case in a way most federal judges are not. I think that personally she did the right thing, and that's why we need a balance of power, right? The lawyers huddled trying to salvage the deal. At one point, they could be heard yelling at each other. So if it wasn't for this Trump-nominated Judge Marilyn Norica, Biden would have just got away with this. Biden would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for this Trump-appointed or nominated judge. He would have gotten away with it. But fortunately, there is, to some degree, a slight balance of power in the country in which he wasn't able to get away with it. He wasn't able to get away with it, and now he has to stand trial. So good for that judge for stepping in and saying, no. You're going to court over this. And a few weeks later, Attorney General Merrick Garland named David Wise, I believe it's Wise or Weiss, David Wise, I think, the Trump-nominated U.S. attorney in Delaware, who was leading the investigation as a special counsel. Hunter Biden was indicted a month after that on 3 gun counts. Now, here's what's interesting and what I'm curious to know. This is going to take place in Delaware. Delaware is essentially home court advantage for Joe Biden, right? So with that being said, there's a lot of questions around whether or not Hunter Biden's going to receive a fair trial, but a fair trial in the reverse. Meaning, will the people of Delaware be able to honestly judge this trial and say to themselves, yeah, he's either guilty or not guilty? The reality is this, and I want to pull this clip up very quickly. In any other circumstance, this trial would be a slam dunk. It would be a slam dunk, and it should be a slam dunk, because there's so much working against Biden. There's so much evidence that goes against him in this case. I want to pull that first video up for you now.
Witness against Hunter Biden is Hunter Biden. I mean, he wrote a book explaining in detail how he was a drug addict, the exact time that he bought a gun, and then allegedly lied about it. So he incriminated himself, and it was incredibly foolish to cash in by peddling a book about your addiction when you know you're under criminal investigation for an addiction-related crime.
So that's number one, right? He literally wrote a book, a memoir, biography, as you call it. Yes. And I quote, in the book it states, he said, I was smoking crack every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes. Those are Hunter Biden's words in his book, not mine. He admitted to that. He was smoking crack every 15 minutes. He literally told on himself in the book that he wrote. But outside of the book that he wrote, there's 1,000,001 photos of him online. There's 1,000,001, women that are ready to take the stand. And I'll let my man on the screen get to that part. I'll let him explain it.
But there's other evidence, Lawrence, a cocaine residue on the gun holder, 3 women who were romantically involved with him, their prosecution witnesses.
Those women are going to snitch. The women that he was partying with, doing crack with, nah, they not loyal. Those women are not loyal. No. They're going to take that stand and be like, yeah, he did everything. He did it all. They're looking for a payout. They're looking for a book deal. They're looking to get on a Daily Wire or something like that afterwards. I don't know. They're looking to have an interview with Tucker Carlson after the fact. I'm sure Tucker Carlson probably pays a decent amount of money for a good interview. You know what I mean? They're looking to get paid. They're looking for some shine. They're definitely gonna snitch on Biden. They're definitely gonna snitch.
Gun holder, 3 women who were romantically involved with him, their prosecution witnesses. Finally, and most importantly, there are photographs he took of himself. Timestamp doing drugs 4 days before he bought the gun. I mean, you got to be incredibly arrogant or stupid or both to do that.
I gotta take that as a soundbite. You got to be incredibly arrogant or stupid or both
before he bought the gun. I mean, you got to be incredibly arrogant or stupid or both to do that.
Like I said, when I was looking for photos for a thumbnail to place in the thumbnail for the video, the amount of just degenerate Hunter Biden photos that popped up blew my mind. Concerning the gun, there was a photo of him holding the gun in the nude with Johnson hanging out.
He flawed therapy.
He's somewhere doing crack.
You know what I mean? And he did
naked.
His daddy wanted
holding a gun
all the bad neighborhoods
with these other women
you know, crack
that are apparently not going to take the stand.
be had by
Imagine walking into a room
Yeah, the trap house.
and you see Hunter Biden standing there in the nude, holding the gun in his hand. Like, yo, bro, what's going on, my man? You good? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Hell no, you ain't
Why
okay.
you
That
over here in
motherfucker
the
on
nude,
dope. Hell no,
hold
you
the
ain't
gun with
okay.
Johnson out and everything. Listen, I'm gonna leave. Get yourself together. And just call me when you're feeling a little bit better. Okay? That's crazy. But my point is that these photos are out there. All the evidence is out there. It's more than a slam dunk case. It's more than a slam dunk case. Right? But the reality is this. It's happening in Delaware.
They still ain't found that.
Delaware is the state that Joe Biden was the senator of from what 1973 up until he became vice president with Barack Obama. You know, that was when he finally stepped away from being a senator for a little bit.
They make it porn in the motherfucking.
The Bidens
what was that?
more or less run Delaware.
And the Lincoln.
They run it.
No,
and this is outside of the fact that from top to bottom, head to toe,
oh my God,
the General Assembly of Delaware,
also the House,
the Senate and House of Representatives in Delaware, they have a supermajority, which is Democrat.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, but what about that shit that they found
So
in the White House?
having some sort of a fair trial in reverse, meaning can these people fairly judge Hunter Biden? That's a very genuine question that one has to ask. And they've been asking that not just on Fox News, but even on places like MSNBC, you know, which is, you know, a 100% DNC network. I want to get into this first clip first, another Fox News clip where they were kind of going over that, you know, concerning is it possible at all for there to be any type of a fair trial? Let's get into that very quickly.
You supply your own crack.
Reading a lot about, and you're the expert at this, but I've been reading a lot about how David Weiss has presented this. It's a very simple case. He lied on the gun form, but I read that apparently his high-dollar attorney, Abby Lowell, who has represented many people in Washington, D.C., it sounds like what he's going to do is he's going to present to the jury two different gun forms. One of them was the original, and one was from years later, and somebody had written something on it. And it sounds like it may have been somebody from the gun store. So he's going to suggest that somebody tampered with that, and in fact, just to create a reasonable doubt. And so then you got to wonder whether or not that's good. Maybe this isn't such an easy case after all.
You got a room.
Well, look,
And I just want to stop right there to highlight the fact that essentially that's really all that's needed. Because when you're going to convict somebody guilty, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It has to, you know, beyond that, right? So as long as they're able to create that, you know, and apparently this lawyer is
multiple times
very, very, very good at their job, to say the very, very, very least. And then this is being held in Biden territory, in Biden land, whatever you'd like to call it, Delaware. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be justice as far as Hunter Biden is concerned. He just might get off regardless of all the evidence that's working against him.
It's such an easy case after all.
Well, look, if Abby Lowell, who's one of the most expensive and the most high-powered attorneys in Washington, if he can't make it complicated, nobody can. And that's what he'll do. He'll be trying to throw in reasonable doubt. You know, the prosecution has a good answer for that question about the gun form. It was just an additional, I think, driver's license or address added in afterwards. You know, but Abby Lowell is renowned as a jury whisperer, so he's going to make this difficult. And even though the odds for surviving a federal trial for a defendant are pretty low, I think that unlike the opposite really of Donald Trump, the odds are stacked for Hunter Biden in this case.
They're 100% stacked for Hunter Biden in this case. And once again, even MSNBC is going to acknowledge that right now. Watch this.
defense attorney and another former federal prosecutor, Duncan Levin. I've been reading this along as we've been seeing notes get put in. I want to read a couple of potential jurors being asked a slew of questions about his unique position as the son of a president, right? Including, quote, do you disagree that the law should apply equally to all, including the son of a president? We talked about how difficult it would be initially to set a jury for Trump. Are there challenges given the high profile of the family and the defendant and the location? One juror actually said, it's Delaware. It's Delaware. Everybody knows about Joe Biden and his family.
I mean, this is Biden territory, as much in a way as
the
New York
fix
was
is
Trump
already
territory.
in. Biden is going to
False.
pardon
A
this
long time
dope fiend
Trump had his businesses
motherfucker,
in the
man.
split
You know what I'm
screen between
saying?
these two trials
Pardon
is just
Hunter,
undeniable.
definitely to pardon,
The split screen between the two trials is
they're
not
the most.
undeniable. New York
Oh, yeah.
was and is anti-Trump.
Whatever.
New York was and is anti-Trump. And New York is
and if
a
he pardons
state,
this dope fiend
especially New York
motherfucker,
City, state,
then
and
you might as
city,
well pardon every black
from top to
motherfucker in
bottom,
the goddamn
supermajority
country sitting in the
Democrat.
slammer behind
The same
them type
thing
of
as in
charges.
Delaware. Delaware, from top to bottom, is a super majority Democrat state. It's a super majority Democrat blue state. And as everyone keeps alluding to, even here on MSNBC, the DNC network, the head DNC network, as far as I'm concerned, even they're alluding to it as well. This is Delaware. Biden runs Delaware. The Biden family runs the state. There's essentially no way for there to be any type of a fair trial that won't go in the favor of Biden. That doesn't mean that it's impossible for him to be found guilty. But my point is to make the comparison between Biden's trial in Delaware, where it's his town, versus the Trump trial in New York, which is 100% anti-Trump from top to bottom. It's just not a comparison. One guy was having a hard time getting a fair trial in enemy territory. The other guy, Hunter Biden, is going to have a hard time receiving a fair trial, but in the opposite direction, in his home court that his daddy runs.
They gonna acquit the motherfucker, man.
Shit,
Shit, man. Give me a break on this shit.
Where the people of Delaware will
and if the
actually be able to look
motherfucker
at this
does get
objectively
convicted, they're gonna his daddy's gonna pardon his ass. They kill me with this bullshit.
That this was a former president in New York on trial, and this is the son of the current president. Two different things, but in in Delaware, the Biden name is everywhere, and the president's pictures in the courthouse, right in the lobby. So it's
why am I not surprised?
Joe Biden's picture is in the courthouse, right in the lobby as soon as you walk in. Imagine that.
40. What the fuck is to be expected?
On trial. On your home turf.
I think this is a distraction.
You walk into the courtroom, and on your way there, just walking through the lobby, it's a big old photo of your dad. That has to give you all the confidence in the world,
right?
That you're gonna skate.
Yep,
you're gonna skate.
In Delaware, the Biden name is everywhere, and the president's pictures in the courthouse, right in the lobby. So it's going to be hard to find a jury who doesn't know who he is.
Man, this goddamn
Perry,
trial
I wouldn't be
over in
surprised.
5
Perry
days,
keeps walking.
man.
Remember, I asked the
Fucking
question
long.
earlier. Guess who threw Hunter Biden's gun in the trash? I wouldn't be surprised if MSNBC there are like Donald Trump threw the gun in the trash.
Probably.
It was Trump that did it. Some way, somehow. It's Trump's fault. Trump took Hunter Biden's gun and threw it in the trash. His fingerprints are on the gun. They got to try. Donald Trump in Delaware too. They missed the ball. He dropped the ball on that one. Got to put him up on trial in Delaware also.
In Delaware, the Biden name is everywhere, and the president's pictures in the courthouse, right in the lobby. So it's going to be hard to find a jury who doesn't know who he is. But that's not unique to this case. There are a lot of cases that have a lot of notoriety in small places. There are murder cases in small towns all across America where everybody knows who the defendant is. The real challenge is just finding people who can be fair, and it's not politically fair, but just judge the facts in a fair manner.
Like he said, the real challenge is can they find anyone who's going to actually be fair and judge everything in a fair manner? Are they capable of actually finding him guilty? If he's guilty, as it was stated in the Fox News clip earlier, also, despite all the evidence, which there's a mountain of evidence that goes against Hunter, that should make this a slam dunk case. With all things considered, given the fact that this trial is happening on his home turf in Delaware, he still has the ultimate equalizer at the end of the day. He has the ultimate equalizer, and the ultimate equalizer is this. In worst case scenario, even if Hunter Biden was found guilty on all 3 counts, to which he would face up to 25 years as a maximum penalty, right? He still has daddy to bail him out. He still has daddy to bail him out with a pardon, even if he got jail time. Because all this stuff would be wrapped up, I would believe, before the election. Even if it's after the election, you still have until January. He's still the president until, what is it, January 19th, something like that, January 20th. So there's plenty of time for the pardon. Now, as we're going to go through this article here,
the day after MLK,
Joe Biden has been questioned about this numerous times over. They've said no numerous times over. They're not going to pardon Hunter Biden. They won't do it. But I think it's safe to say that he's going to pardon his son. The White House's answer is a hard no. President Joe Biden will not pardon his son, Hunter Biden. Joe Biden doesn't need to decide just yet, though. The most opportune moment to choose whether to use sweeping presidential pardon powers to make Hunter Biden's federal criminal prosecution disappear may come after the November 2024 election. Obviously, he wouldn't make that decision prior to the election. As long as if this happens, if everything is sentenced and the election hasn't happened yet, the answer is going to be no. But if he wins, he's pardoning his son. And if he loses, he's still going to pardon his son. Why? Well, the article explains that. Pretty much common sense. Win or lose, Biden won't be on the ballot ever again, or on any ballot for that matter, ever again. And if he did decide to pardon Hunter, he wouldn't need to worry about a voter backlash. Because he's out the game after this. No matter how this thing plays out for Biden, whether he wins or whether he loses, Hunter Biden is going to get pardoned. He is going to get pardoned. He's not spending any significant amount of time in jail, even if he was found guilty. And I mean, come on, man. There's the reality of it. I'm pardoning my son too. You know what I mean? Let's not play games, right? Unless it was like something wild, like my son was like an axe murderer or something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, he was doing something crazy like that. That's different. But, you know, I'm not going to lie. Charges like this, yeah, if I'm the president, I'm letting my son out. Free my son. He's getting out today. He's getting out today. And I'm pretty sure all of you understand that as well. So once again, no matter how this thing slices, as they were saying in the Fox News clip, it all goes in Hunter Biden's favor in the end. It all goes in Hunter Biden's favor in the end. That's just true.
Okay,
Who is that going to read that? That's all I can say. I accept. He said he's not gonna smoke no more bops. That's all I need to hear.
He's a damn lie. He's just saying what he want them to hear.
Sell online and grow your business with Wix e-commerce. Create a
Fuck the commercial.
All right. So that's pretty much self-explanatory right there.
Okay, on that one there, absolutely. Who knows? Maybe the Dump and Hunter Biden got together and tossed up that tramp Stormy Daniels, man. Who knows? Who gives a good goddamn?
All right, that's what I'm saying.
They only care because it's the president's son.
Yeah. What they need to be caring about is paying us some goddamn reparations.
Oh, they're not going to do that, and here's why. Biden's Chicago DNC convention may go virtual due to protest concerns.
Or
fears.
So in other words, what they're going to do is going to go to Chicago, have the whole town, have the center itself, the convention center, vacant, and they're going to show all this shit here on social media.
On Zoom or some shit, yeah.
Wow. So in other words, they're going to start charging motherfuckers to sit up there and look at that bullshit. You see where all this here is heading, folks. You got the Dump in his shit. You got Joe Biden's dope fiend son. Okay, both of these motherfuckers is two sides of the same goddamn coin.
What it is, I think, Shabaka, is they don't think they can fill that mug up with actual supporters.
Yeah, now that's what I'm saying. Now that's what I'm saying, because you saw
we're gonna shut this shit down. They said that months back. So now the C is running scared, like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, and they want to make it like the same shit that happened in 2020, Shabaka, with the George Floyd protests.
Yes.
The different city councils was doing. They was shutting down the public comments. You had to. Everything was online. Everything was digital. And now they get rid of the digital and go back full public. But you should just keep it hybrid. They should have it hybrid at the very least. People should still be able to show up to it. But they're scared that the people that's going to show up to it is going to tear that shit down like 1968. So
they learn from past mistakes, don't they now?
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop one in the live chat, and then we can get today's stream started. And as I'm waiting for the one where the DNC convention is supposed to be held, they are scared that it will be on the magnitude of that which happened in 1968, when the youth, you can say, was protesting the Vietnam War. And the thing is, with that history behind the present day activists, you can say, right? Those who are protesting, they're looking to not only live up to the 1968 protests, but one up it, right? So with that being said, the Democrats are scared out of their minds because that visual is so ugly. It's so ugly. The visual is extremely ugly, and they don't want that, right? Another thing, too, that's very interesting as well, that I noticed that is always omitted from these discussions whenever it comes to talk about protesting the DNC.
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Anderson?
Chicago, right? They always focus around the protest concerning the war in the Middle East, we'll say. They always focus around that. But the press does a very good job at excluding the unrest surrounding illegal immigration in Chicago. That's something that, at least on the left, right, they've done a really good job on their side, keeping that quiet as it pertains to those that watch their news channels and engage, in their press, right? They've done a good job at silencing that on that side. Now, obviously over here, I do a very good job of highlighting it over here. But it only makes sense, right? On top of the protest for what's going on in the Middle East, you also have protests going on with the citizen population of Chicago who are against the illegal immigration that's happening within the city. So with those two things combined, once again, at the end of the day, it's just an ugly look for Biden and the DNC overall, as far as this convention is concerned. And they do not want those images going out there to the population at large in the country. So let's get into this article right here, where they discuss how the Dems are looking to make this convention a virtual convention. That's what they're looking to possibly do. They have to find a way to really justify it, but that's what they want. And before we get into it, my man Saul, thank you very much. He said, what if Biden is 100% in charge of his campaign strategy? Biden isn't in charge of anything. What we're going to get into as we read this article is you're going to see that it's his team that's aggressively pushing for him to, for the DNC convention to be a virtual one, right? And we're going to get into that right now as we jump into this article. It's his team that's looking for that. Biden isn't running anything. That's, I think we all understand that to be true. Biden is not running the country. Biden is not, technically he's the president of the United States, but he's not the guy that's in control. He's just kind of the figurehead that's there. And that's something that most people say about all presidents, but I think now more than ever, that's true for Biden. We're talking about Weekend at Bernie's when we're talking about Biden, okay? And also shout out to Walter Wilborn as well for always coming through, showing love. I appreciate you, Walter, for always coming through. Thank you guys very much for the support that you show me on this channel. So now let's jump into it. Let's get into this article because we got a few things that I want to get into. So this article reads, can the 2024 DNC thwart, I think that's the word, right? Thwart Chicago protests by going virtual? ? Let's jump into it and see what they're talking about. The recent wave of when it comes to the names of these Middle Eastern countries, I'm definitely going to self-censor. I'm just, I know some channels, they just say what they want to say and everything's all good. I'm not one of those channels. So yeah. All right. The recent wave of Middle Eastern protests, we'll say, on college campus has conjured up many nostalgic images of anti-Vietnam War activism. Some, as at Columbia University, self-consciously promoted by protesters whose parents weren't yet born when those anti-war rallies convulsed the country. The legendary size and influence of the Vietnam War protest is both an aspiration and an inspiration for today's activists. So it's not in the least bit surprising that plans are underway for large protests at the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago as a sort of homage to the huge and violently suppressed demonstrations at the 1968 National Convention in Chicago, and as the climax of months of protests principally aimed at Joe Biden's support for the Middle Eastern war happening right now, right? So let's get into it. I want to first point this out. I want to highlight this. It is amazing. There's the saying, right? How does the saying go? I forgot how the saying goes. Wow. I had it in my mind a moment ago before I went live. I think the saying goes, history doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. And there are just so many similarities, in between the 1968 presidential election, the DNC convention that was had in Chicago, and especially, and this is what really shocked me, the fact that at that time as well, during the 1968 presidential election, there was a third party candidate by the name of George Wallace. Many of you know who he is already. But there was a third party candidate in George Wallace. Got quite a bit of support, and it's looking like RFK Jr. may do something similar. So I just find this interesting. I wanted to read this to you really quickly. The 1968 United States presidential election, it reads, the 1968 United States presidential election was the 46th presidential election held on Tuesday, November 5th of 1968. The Republican nominee, former Vice President Richard Nixon, defeated both Democrat nominee, incumbent Vice President Hubert Humphrey, and the American Independent Party nominee, former Alabama Governor George Wallace. Now, here's what's really interesting. I didn't know this. This is the most recent election. The 1968 election is the most recent election where a third party candidate won a state.
Yep.
So since George Wallace in
His name was
1968,
Eugene Wallace
no
and another
third-party
guy named
candidate has ever
Eugene
won a
McCarthy.
state. And when you scroll down a bit, and I'll even do you one better. I'll do like a full screen on this, right? I'll do you one better. Let's do a full screen, right? When you do a full screen, or when I do a full screen, and you look at this, George Wallace actually won 5 states.
Yep.
He won 5 states, as you can see here. Richard Nixon won 32, carried 32 states. Hubert Humphrey carried 13 states plus Washington, D.C. But George Wallace, representing the American Independent Party, won 5 states with 9 million popular votes, reaching 13.5% of the vote. We haven't seen anything like that since George Wallace did that, right? So
it would have been.
We're looking at a
Biden
lot of similarities
today
between then and now concerning both elections, and it's very interesting.
He would have
to
been
see
78.
What quite
he would have been
possibly
79.
RFK Jr. can do. And if he can replicate what George Wallace did in 1968. Now, on the more brighter side of things, in 1968 as well, there were a lot of assassinations going on. Fortunately, that's not the case this time
Robert
around.
Kennedy
Right?
got killed on TV
Martin
in
Luther
Los
King was
Angeles.
assassinated in 1968. Well, I don't believe. I know he was. And RFK.
I know he was, motherfucker,
was
because I was
in
there.
1968 as well, and he was running for president in this election, to which he had a really good shot at winning.
He's in LA
until he was taken out of here. And now, fast forward to today, we see
really?
his son will be running,
Okay.
and it's safe to say he's not going to win, but it'll be interesting to see how well he does, and if he's able to replicate what George Wallace did in 1968. But let's get back into the original article that we were discussing. I want to jump back into that right now, and it reads as such. And here's where we're going to get into Biden's team looking as a point of strategy to make this convention a virtual convention, right? One stratagem, convention plan, stratagem. That's such a dumb word. One stratagem, convention planners. You say one strategy convention planner.
It's a misprint,
smart,
brother.
You know?
It's a
one
misprint.
strategy convention planner reportedly may use is to reduce. I sound crazy right now. One stratagem conventional planners reportedly may use is to reduce the number of targets for demonstrators by holding certain key events virtually, as Democrats did in 2020, Political reports. Let's scroll down just a little bit. Trumpeting the success of their C-19 convention 4 years ago, some in Biden's orbit are aggressively, I repeat, some in Biden's orbit are aggressively pushing to make the 2024 conclave a hybrid production. That would mean in-person speeches from the president, party luminaries, and rising stars to draw television attention alongside a mix of pre-recorded testimonials and videos for other parts of the country or from other parts of the country. The goal
should be declared illegal.
Is to drive maximum viewership on television and the internet while minimizing live programming and openings.
And that should be a law against that shit.
In Chicago's United Center. This would mean moving party business, such as rules and platform votes, off the floor and denying would-be demonstrators a chance to seize on constituous debates. So I find it very interesting that the party that is allegedly so much for democracy, the party that's allegedly running on this idea that democracy is on the ballot, is also the number one party that is anti-protest. Now, they weren't anti-protesting, during the whole George Floyd situation, right? When you had all that going on, across the country, they were very much for it, very much in defense of it. And anyone on the right, any Republican who spoke ill of the protest during that time, was labeled all type of, racist and things of that nature. Now we fast forward to today, things have come around, full circle, or at least, 180 to some degree, right? And now we're seeing the shoe is on the other foot. And we're seeing it's the Democrats who are the one that are anti-democracy.
Mm-hmm.
They're anti actually hearing out what the people have to say. And it's also something that's very fitting that is happening in Chicago, because as we've discussed numerous times on this channel before, Chicago is the place where, Brandon Johnson has done his darndest to silence the citizen population of Chicago as it pertains to them having their voice concerning the migrant crisis and how things should be read in the city. It was Brandon Johnson and his team of allies within the city council that silenced the voice of the people who wanted to cast a vote on whether or not Chicago should remain a sanctuary city. Brandon Johnson and his allies in city council shut that down. They don't believe that you can have a voice, or that you should have a voice. It was also Brandon Johnson and his allies that made it harder for Chicago citizens to be able to enter into a city council meeting than it is for legal immigrants to cross the border into the United States. That's what's happening in Chicago right now, or that's what did happen. So once again, it's very fitting that things are coming around full circle with this happening in Chicago concerning the DNC now looking to make this convention at least a partial virtual convention, if not half of it a virtual convention, just to do everything in their power to stop whatever protests they can stop from happening around and within the United Center, so that they can save face and pretend to look good in front of the masses outside of the city. I find that very interesting.
Freedom of speech,
how hypocritical
and on the
the Democrats are.
Of,
but let's carry on and get
right to assemble, all of that.
Decentralization.
Yeah, exactly.
So many rights that they claim that they're upholding and want to preserve, but they're
exactly. And then these guys, Democrats, as we've said all along, you see, they're eroding this shit. Y'all is talking about Trump. Look what these motherfuckers is doing right here.
We're supposed to be back in chains under the dump, but apparently we still on the chains with Biden.
Yeah, exactly. So in other words, man, what they did was, Brother Chaz, we've stated all along, the Democrats and the reptilians are two sides of the same fucking coin. And these sons of bitches are in cahoots with each other.
Yeah, they just want it's like the Trick Baby scene. You remember that movie Trick Baby? We showed the clip.
With the toilet paper in the envelope supposed to be the $1 million.
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But remember that dinner scene that they did?
Okay, vaguely, because I saw that movie 50 years ago.
Oh gosh, Shabaka. You're old enough to remember this. So they're at the table. It's like Thanksgiving or something. They're at the table,
okay,
and they got the master on the plantations, and their wives, and whoever they're talking, and they're having a discussion about politics, and they're talking about what the liberals do and what the conservatives do, and they got house niggas in there that's serving them.
Right.
Does that ring a bell?
Okay, I do. I remember the scene vaguely.
And you're gonna make me have to pull this up.
Yeah, pull it up. I'm like, I tuned it all.
Because there was a dude named Mel Stewart in there. He was a con man who got killed at the end. Then you had the whiteboard that they called Two Fingers, I think.
Yeah, but there was a scene at the beginning of the movie, Shabaki.
Yeah, and he was the trick baby because his mama was a black prostitute, that was selling herself to white men, and that's how the whiteboard came up on the scene. That's why it was called Trick Baby, to the best of my knowledge. Plus, it was a book written by a dude by the name of Iceberg Slim.
Yes.
That wrote the book.
Yeah, that's what Pop said he was gonna swear on if he ever got sworn into office.
Mm-hmm. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Said if I ever get into public office the way this shit's going on, man, the only thing I'm gonna swear my hand on, man, when I take that oath is a stack of money.
No, you got to swear on something. I'm going to swear on the United Compensatory Code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy.
I'm going to swear on the tenets of Black nationalism.
Oh, okay. Then guess what's going to happen? You all are not getting sworn in. You know why you're not getting sworn in? Because of the agenda that we're on. You know what I'm saying?
You know, $1.25 back in the 60s.
Yeah, let's see. For $1.25 back in the 1960s, you can get your soda pop, bag potato chips, and a candy bar.
Yeah, you can get a lot of shit back then. That's when the
Yeah,
dollars
the potato chips was 15 cents, the candy bar was 10 cents, and the soda pop was 50 cents.
Okay, let me
25 cents.
Memory.
Okay, I vaguely remember this scene. Yeah,
That's one of my favorites.
This is from a movie called Trick Baby, 1970.
74. Yeah.
A little bit, baby, so I can see. A bit.
Black people.
Yeah, where's the sound at?
You can't hear it?
No, sir.
You can't hear it at all?
That's a negative.
Damn it. It's saying the browser lost connection to the audio. Okay, let me stop sharing. Sorry, y'all. I just seen that error message.
And I'm getting a bunch of shit on this phone.
Okay, let me start it over again, Shabaka.
Okay. All right, I'm getting some imagery here from Mr. Anderson.
Who have lifted them
Can
up.
you hear it?
Paul, you
Now I
conservatives
can hear
make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he's
And he just described Barack Obama.
He becomes...
Yeah, he described a whole lot of sellouts.
Yeah, Hadnock, Han Coon, Uncle Tom Bradley, London Bridge.
So the one that's speaking, he's speaking from the conservative perspective.
Right.
And the Democrats are the other dude that's speaking, he's speaking from the Democrat perspective. And it's like, well, you have to move them up. Otherwise, they'll rise up against you.
Exactly.
But hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you.
You become a safe Negro.
Mm-hmm.
And you see you got Negroes and Negrettes serving.
Yes, sir. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And these are the bootlicks.
In fact, in his love for the creature comforts,
Right.
except for his color, he's become one of us.
Yeah, they just described Han Coon, Uncle Tom Bradley, Kamala Harris, Old Sambo,
and
Hadnock, Tim Scott.
He said, damn it, how did he phrase it? He said something to this extent of what he said, that whiteness was more than just a color, it was a status.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have big bucks to have that status.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying that these mothers sold us out and they have gotten rid of their racial anger or majority spirit, basically. It's been taken out of them. They become one of them. They think just like them. They act just like them. The only difference is they're black. So that's why the sister Audrey Lorde said, what did she say? Shabaka said, all skin folk and our kinfolk.
Right. Mm-hmm. Also, too, Brother Paris, I just sent you some telemetry that I'm getting from Mr. Anderson to your cell phone for the story for tomorrow night.
Okay. My phone is dead, Shabaka. So.
Oh, okay.
What time is it now?
It's after midnight. It sounds like something cracking off in Vegas. It's never a dull moment.
That's right here.
Yeah.
That wasn't
Oh, you
here.
hearing the sirens out here?
Yeah, that was out there. That wasn't here.
No, the sirens you heard over here, there was a siren just passing me down the street going down Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's never a dull moment.
Man, this is Sin City, man. Come on,
Everybody's
man.
here.
Everybody's here, man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now I can go back to the original queue.
Okay. Also, too, just got some information here, you know, from Mr. Anderson that I sent to your phone. You should see it, man, when you charge it back up. So I'm going to send it to you first thing in the morning, you know, because this is a very, very bad case that's happening in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yes.
So also, too, to our listeners and followers out there here on the stream, definitely get with us tomorrow on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. On Blog Talk, the number to call in 516-418-5996. We have a major case of human rights violation that is evolving out of the state of Louisiana. Okay, so please call in. Okay, and it's very, very tragic. It's very tragic.
It really is. Okay, so I'm gonna let Tony continue with this Jim arrest, stifling speech at the upcoming DNC Democratic National Convention in August.
That they want to do virtually.
Or even moving them out of Chicago. Whoa. Decentralizing convention events. Or even moving them out of Chicago. Let's stop right there. So when they're saying decentralizing convention events or even moving them out of Chicago, so they're looking to possibly not just put on a virtual event or a partial virtual event, because it wouldn't be fully virtual. I don't believe that they would do a fully virtual event, but they would definitely do a partial, if not a half virtual event. On top of that, they're now hinting at the idea that it may not even be centralized in the city of Chicago at the United Center anymore. So they're possibly looking at breaking it apart and having this happen in different locations throughout the county, throughout Cook County, possibly in different suburban areas, not just centralized in the city. So by doing that, you then break up the possibility of protests, right? Because you have different events occurring in different locations as opposed to having at the centralized location at the United Center. So they're pulling out all the stops, or at least they're hinting at pulling out all the stops to look good and save face for Biden and the party. But let's start over and read that again. Decentralizing convention events, or even moving them out of Chicago, would frustrate the hopes of protesters from a dramatic 1968-style confrontation in close proximity to delegates, party officials, and Joe Biden himself, as protest planners have made clear they want to be in sight and sound of the DNC and share in its media coverage. Dispersed and recorded convention events will make that more difficult. I repeat, dispersed and recorded convention events will make that more difficult. If convention planners do move in this direction, it will undoubtedly spur complaints that Team Biden and other Democratic wire pullers are suppressing dissent in order to paper over very real internal party differences over the U.S. support of is he real in the Middle East, right? And you all know what I mean when I say is he real. And I told you I was going to self-censor. I'm not saying that country's name on this channel. I try not to for the most part, right? But here's something else I don't have highlighted that I thought was funny. I thought this was hilarious because it's very untrue. Indeed, those complainers might include the progressive mayor of the host city, Brandon Johnson. That's not happening. If one person will be silent on all this, it'll most definitely be Brandon Johnson. Brandon Johnson most definitely will not be speaking out against Biden and the DNC because Brandon Johnson is a good boy who knows his place. So that's one thing that won't happen. But I want to get back into that last sentence, right? That reads, suppressing dissent in order to paper over very real internal party differences over U.S. support for Israel's war in Gaza. So what I want to do now is hop over to this article here that I thought was very interesting because I wasn't aware of this concerning Rashida Tlaib, who's a progressive Democrat, right? And also as well, everything that's on your screen right now that I'm reading, the links are in the description box below, so you can read these articles for yourself in its entirety. And I strongly suggest that you do that. This article here is titled "Anti Is He Real? Protesters Want to Elect Trump, who promised to crush protesters. Why Rashida Tlaib is joining the One State Horseshoe Alliance." So Rashida Tlaib is actually somewhat supporting Trump, though not, directly, right? She's not supporting Trump directly. She's not saying vote for Trump directly. But essentially what she's looking to do is for the progressives, to those who fashion themselves progressives, weaponize the vote and make Biden pay at the voting booth. Essentially, she's telling them to vote for Trump without saying vote for Trump. But let's just get into this article and you'll see for yourself. Also, hit the like button if you haven't already. That's really important. There are 460 people in the stream right now. Please hit that like button. And for that one ghost watcher, or I should say 10 or 20, I see you. I see you ghost watching.
We see you.
You got the recommend for my video on your homepage, but you're not subscribed. Why are you playing around, man? Just hit the subscribe button. You watch me all the time. Just subscribe
all the time. You watch Frontline.
Now let's get into this article.
All the time.
Let's jump into this. This weekend, Representative Rashida Tlaib, a Democrat from Detroit, appeared at the People's Conference of Palestine, where she called for the voters to punish Joe Biden at the ballot box. I repeat, she called for Joe Biden to punish. She called for voters, I should say, to punish Joe Biden at the ballot box. It is disgraceful. It is disgraceful, and I quote, this is a direct quote from her. It is disgraceful that the Biden administration and my colleagues in Congress continue to smear anti-tiny hat demonstrators for protesting to save lives, no matter faith or ethnicity, she exclaimed. It is cowardly, but we're not going to forget in November, are we? So I find that really interesting that she's actually campaigning indirectly on behalf of Trump. Once again, this is a progressive Democrat who's so upset with Biden's support of "Is he real?" wink, wink, of "Is he real?" That she will go as far as to say, vote Trump 2024, indirectly, that is. And it's interesting as you continue to read on the confusion that they're having with this frame of mind in this article. They're confused with why she's doing this, given Donald Trump's stance on the whole war in the Middle East. The article continues to read, also this weekend, the Washington Post reported on plans that Donald Trump is sharing with donors to crush protesters by deporting non-citizen participants. And I quote, one thing I do is any student that protests, I throw them out of the country. That's what Trump said. He said, one thing I do is any student that protests, I throw them out of the country. He promised, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're going to behave. So Trump's talking about getting them back into line. If you protest and you get caught protesting, I'm going to throw you out of here. In short, Tlaib is so angry at Biden for denouncing anti-small hat rhetoric at the pro-Palestinian protest that she wants to elect the man who is promoting to deport them from the country. I mean, once again, if you continue to read this article, they're so confused as to why she would be doing this, because essentially you're supporting the man who is saying that he'll deport all of you if you're non-citizens, right? So why would you get behind this man? But in essence, what she's doing is simply weaponizing the vote. She's asking the youth, she's asking for other progressives to weaponize the vote and don't allow Biden to take that vote for granted. So if that means Trump gets in office, well, then so be it. But what she also understands as well is something else that I've said multiple times on this channel, is that you can't hold anyone accountable once they're in office, right? So concerning her sentiments on the war in the Middle East, clearly she's pro Palestine, right? And she's not on the side of is he real, right? Biden is on the side of is he real, and she's not with it. And because Biden and his administration and his other colleagues in the DNC, because they won't bend the knee to what the progressives are demanding, and they're saying, all right, well, then I guess you just won't win. I guess you just won't win. I guess you just won't get in, And, I'm not mad at her for doing that. That's what she's going to do. That's what she's going to do. I think more people should, operate like that as it pertains to weaponizing their votes to get what they want and or get what they need. More people should be doing that. But you don't really see that too often. More times than not, what ends up happening is that folks just end up bending the knee. And they vote for their party regardless. And I'm still not 100% sold on Rashida Tlaib staying strong, but weaponizing the vote in that way. I don't really buy it, honestly. I don't really buy it. I'm pretty sure that when push comes to shove, the closer that we get to November, she will then flip and say vote Biden 2024. Now, I do have a little bit of extra time on my hand.
Okay,
that does it for this segment. But
okay, so I'm gonna end it there. All right,
yes, sir.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the DNC being moved potentially to virtual this year?
Okay, I'm not surprised. Okay, it is a clandestine trick. It is a definite infringement on the First Amendment. There's also a definite infringement on, what do they call this here, the duly election process. Okay, you're going to have artificial intelligence. Fuck with it. You see, so the tyranny is going to come from artificial intelligence, is because you're going to have all these dense ass motherfuckers that sit up there and say, oh, just Google it. Oh, just Google it. Oh, just download the app and all that. Motherfuckers don't want to think no more and don't want to do for themselves. Turning them into biological robots. And not only is it wrong, it is extremely dangerous.
Yep.
See,
like
it is extremely dangerous. Then also too, Brother Che, I'm going to be forwarding you some information about tomorrow night's episode of what we are going to do.
Sure, I'll look forward to it.
Oh yes, sir. Yeah, and today's show of hell is tomorrow where you guys are at. And
Yes,
I'm only 20 away. Yeah, I'm only 20 minutes away from tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So we might as well say today.
We got to get you to Sheila Jackson Lee at least before you nod out.
Say what now?
We got to get you to Sheila Jackson Lee before you nod out.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Okay. And then also too, ladies and gentlemen, for all our listeners out there, please share this episode. Please share the link for Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced tomorrow night, and definitely call up everybody have them call up everybody that they know to call in, is because we got an extremely major story tomorrow, which is of great importance, that has only been partially covered by mainstream media. It does deal with corruption, it does deal with human rights violations, and it also does deal with health code violations. It is extremely essential that we get as many callers as we can to call in tomorrow night on Shabaka's Blacc Experience. Call up everybody you know. Share this episode that we're doing here on Frontline Black News.
Yeah.
Hot
Precious. Protesters set up pro-Palestinian encampment outside LA City Hall.
That's great news. Great news, great news, great news, great news. Now, let me tell you what's getting ready to happen with that, people. Okay, LA City Hall. Okay, the main entrance faces to the west. Okay, the entrance to LA City Hall that faces to the south, guess what's right across the street from it? You know it.
Towers.
No, sir. The newly built headquarters of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Close enough. Yeah.
Okay, so therefore they're gonna have the whiteheads out there, nightsticks, tasers, you know what I mean? So that's gonna escalate, not a doubt in my mind. It's gonna escalate, you know what I mean? And so we'll definitely be checking out, mainstream media with its bullshit, Cartoon News Network, Gut Lab, you know what I'm saying, and nothing but shit news, NBC, CBS News coming, bringing more shit, you know what I'm saying, ABC News, all bullshit, you know what I'm saying. Yeah, so therefore, today's contemporary virtual digital journalism, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing but a bunch of shit that is bumping your goddamn head and that's pissing on you and telling you it's rain. Just Google it. Just go to Google.
He talking about the old dead black and white media.
Yeah, yes, sir. You see, and they wonder why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You see what I'm saying? Because you got a whole bunch of brain dead motherfuckers out here. You see what I'm saying? Putting all this trust in some goddamn pre-programmed computer and shit.
A lot of them are your age and older. That's the worst part about it.
Oh yeah, that's the extremely sad part about it. The extremely sad part about it is that motherfuckers in my age group know better, but they too fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? So they believe in anything. I hate to say. I really do hate to say. So we got a major story coming up, out of the great state of Louisiana. So we're asking all of our people to call in tomorrow and spread the phone number 516-418-5996. Call up everybody that you know, ladies and gentlemen, because this story that we are about to get ready to break is going to be just like the story of Geraldo Rivera and Mort Saul did when they showed the Magruder film to the people where President Kennedy was shot from the front and not from behind. You see what I mean?
That was Geraldo that showed that. That was when I was a kid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was a teenager. Okay. So, and I remember Rivera saying, call up everybody, because we're about to expose the biggest bunch of bullshit that they ever put down on us. And this story that we got coming on tonight out of Shreveport, Louisiana, is going to be at that magnitude. Based off the information that I've come across just recently. Also, too, Brother Paris, I'll be relating the information to you as well, too. Yes, sir.
Okay. I got to move to the next topic. But I look forward to that. We got
good. We got Uncle Phil.
The Democrats are, like I said, in desperation mode. And now the shells are out, like the Jeff Farsh, the Joyless Reeds, Tiffany Cross-Eyes, the Angela Rise on the side. And they
London Bridge, Karen Bass. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm talking about more like the talking heads. They want black voters afraid about Trump's appointing 2 more Supreme Court judges to the Supreme Court.
Sir. When it comes to the Supreme Court, regardless of who appoints them motherfuckers, man, they all are dangerous.
Right.
They're all dangerous.
The Democrats are starting to bring out a new tactic they're trying to use to try to understand, scare you. The Democrats and how they do things.
Elizabeth Epps, I taught you about that. But let's continue.
try to get you as Black Americans to the polls is through a few things. The main one they try to use is fear, along with fear mongering, right? Just fear. The second thing they try to do is shame you. They try to make you feel guilty. And then on top of that, then they insult you, right? They treat you no different than any other racist that you have dealt with in your life. It is pure anti-Black racism, and they use Black people to do it because these Black people is no different than like Stephen from Django Unchained on the plantation. They're exactly like him. They have a position on the plantation, and it's a good position on the plantation. And they have no problem talking to you or treating you like that and do whatever they have to do for Democrat massa. Now, I want you to hear this Democrat, Shill, and just pay attention to what he's saying.
Top-level Democratic messengers are leaning in on the fact that if Trump wins, he'll get to replace two of the older conservative Supreme Court justices with younger ones, which will basically make a conservative Supreme Court for the rest of our lives and make the chances of us laminating progressive ideologies that we've been working for down to zero. They talk about who will be responsible for this. They're very clear to name people who traditionally vote for Democrats, but are reconsidering because of Biden's handling of Gaza.
Okay, now notice real quick, because I got to interject. He's talking about Black people, but not saying Black people because they're getting heat about throwing everything on us. Okay, I just want to just make sure you hear that.
I don't think I know how to say this in a more articulate way, so I'll just say it how I normally would. Watch your mouth. We live in a representative democracy, and an administration's role in a representative democracy is to govern in ways that make their constituents feel like they are worth voting for. That is your role in a functioning democracy. Once take accountability about your inability to convince your constituents who are paying attention that you are worth voting for. On the other hand, if you're looking at all that is at stake with us having a majority conservative Supreme Court for the rest of our lives and allowing Trump, at that point, Trump will have appointed five out of 9 of our Supreme Court justices. And you're not voting for the one candidate that can stop that from happening, stand on that. Don't look for a scapegoat. It's okay. But what we're not going to do is act like there's no way we could stop this from happening. If you've made that decision, President Biden has called for a ceasefire. He's started the process of pausing shipments of ammunition, but that's not enough, or you don't believe that he's actually going to do it, or you want to punish him for a past, that's okay. You've weighed your values and you've made your decisions. This is how democracy works, but only if we're honest about it. There is a way that we can avoid having a conservative Supreme Court for the rest of our lives. You're not choosing that option. Listen, we have an enormous responsibility as American voters. Your vote is not only going to affect just one thing domestically or one thing globally, right? This is what being a voter in the most influential in the richest country in the world is. Being an American voter is big boy basketball, and it's the fourth quarter. We looked people in the face in 2016 and told them that not voting at all was a vote for Trump. We did that. I have not forgotten. And we weren't lying then, and we're not lying now. Everybody is going to have to answer for their decision that they're going to make in November.
So as you heard, the latest tactic is, well, if Trump get in there, he's going to appoint 2 Supreme Court justices, because what the chatter is that Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, they're saying that they want to wait it out to the next election. So let's say if Trump get elected, then Trump will replace him because they want to retire underneath a Republican president, right? So they can be replaced. So now, since the Democrats know that, oh my God, we got to get progressive judges in there. First and foremost, we don't care.
Right.
Because let's think about this. What is your so-called progressive messaging? It has nothing to do with Black people.
Nothing.
Your messaging is immigration, migrants. That's your messaging. What's your messaging? LGBT, what people do in their bedroom. I don't know why you running on what people do in their doggone bedroom.
Right.
What's another thing you run on? Abortion. Make sure to keep those abortion mills in the Black community, guys. But you don't put that in your community. You don't put that in the Asian community. You don't put that in Hispanic community. Where's Planned Parenthood on the border to tell those people, hey, you know, you're poor, you don't have no money. Look, you coming way up here. You're going through the jungle and everything else throughout the world. So clearly you can't afford no kids. So, you know, hey, go to Planned Parenthood. We got a center right here on at the border. You don't tell them people about their kids, but you are throwing that on our children. black children. But see, so this other tactic they're using too, they're using this good cop, bad cop tactic, right? Exactly. So this is what they're telling y'all, because they know y'all frustrated as black Americans with Biden. No, he haven't done nothing for black Americans. He has done for everybody else except black America. So the Shills will say, look, I know he hasn't really done and lived up to the promises. I'm frustrated with him too. Oh, trust me, I am frustrated. I don't know what to do sometimes with this election, but we just can't let Trump get in there, because if Trump get in there, he's going to put 2 more Supreme Court justices. They're going to be younger, and then we're going to have a conservative Supreme Court for the next 50 years. So because of that, I just, even though I know Biden haven't done anything, and I know, I'm with you. I hear you. That favorite thing they say. I hear you, right?
Yeah, that's what my councilwoman told me.
But we just can't let Trump get in there because of this reason. Y'all have to understand, the Shills get their reparations.
Oh, yeah.
They get their reparations when they can convince you to go out there and vote Democrat and put Democrats in office that's not going to do nothing for black people and say, thank you, Shills. Here's your check. Here's your check. Here's your check. That's why they're not going to fight for any issues in black America. All these Democrat Shield groups like NCOBRA, NARC, National Action Network, Urban League, all these people, NAACP, if they can convince you to go out there and vote Democrat, everybody getting checks cut.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, but the rank and file black American is not going to get no reparations because even your Shields don't even fight for it.
Yeah.
I was kind of laughing the other day. Somebody was sharing me a tweet with Boulay Martin, and one person made a comment to Boulay Martin, and he said, hey, for the past 20 years, you have had access to these Democrat politicians, and you have not advocated anything for black America or a black agenda. You say, and I'm glad your time is wrapping up. And the only thing Boulay Martin said to him in return is, you're just stupid. He didn't say the brother was lying. Everybody see what Boulay Martin is. He's the same way. And I'm glad my brothers see, because understand, Boulay Martin, he's going along the side of the older crowd. And he's not going to have an audience before it's over with. The only way he would have an audience, he would have to completely switch his whole paradigm up. Yep. And he can't do that trying to be in the face of the Democrats. Because you have to understand, the Democrats are anti-black racist. Look at Kathy Hochul up there. She's a straight Democrat. Democrat New York, but yet goes to an event and say, black kids don't even know what computer means. That's your Democrats. And you talking about Trump, you talking about the Republicans. This is what your Democrats are saying about black Americans. So what are y'all talking about? Now, we know the Democrats are doing everything they can to jail Trump. We know this. Let's say the Democrats put his behind in jail. They will say, oh, yeah, we excited. He's in jail. We won. This is the level they have to sink to win an election. They had all these years to take those cases against Trump, all these years. And now you wait till an election year to do it. Anybody in their right mind can see that.
Right.
But even you put Trump in jail, because I don't know what they're going to do. Because, listen, Trump has promised, when I get in there, I'm coming after all y'all. Yeah. So if they don't put him in jail or home confinement or something where he can't campaign or whatever, he can't move around, they better hope. They think they're gonna win. But this is my thing. You put Trump in jail, go ahead. That's literally gonna change the whole trajectory of the country.
Motherfucker on Alcatraz.
That's gonna change America on the world stage. It's gonna change everything in this country. Now, when it comes to the Supreme Court and all of that, I don't look at the Supreme Court to do a thing for me in my everyday life or for my people.
Right.
So I don't care.
Right.
I'm telling you, every day of my life, the Supreme Court has not had no bearing on me trying to pay my bills, trying to take care of my family, trying to do anything I'm trying to do. The Supreme Court has had no bearing on any of it. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about them.
Right.
Nobody is promising reparations.
Right.
What is Biden saying? Hey, we're gonna do reparations in the form of cash payment? No.
Hell no.
Is he saying we're gonna give an anti-black hate crime bill? No.
Hell no.
He's not saying any of that. Leave us alone.
Right. That's right, Uncle Phil. To hell with this commercial.
Go talk to the Asian community who you prioritized. Go talk to the LGBT. Go talk to the migrants. Go talk to the Ukrainians. Go talk to everybody you prioritized in your administration in the past 3.5 years. Leave us alone.
That's right.
Black Americans, you should be offended at this point that they keep coming in your face and they're just using you. They're using you. What? So you'll go out there and vote so he can go prioritize all these other groups again? He don't even go to these other groups and say, hey, man, look, Asians, I gave you a hate crime bill. So, hey, come on now. I need you out here talking about Biden Harris. And he would have every right to say that. Why isn't he at the Asian businesses? Where's the AAPI community that they want to protect? Where are they at for Biden now? All the migrants, all that money you gave them, all the taking money from Black America and giving it to them, putting them in, taking schools in Chicago that was closed down and the Black community couldn't even use, and putting migrants over there. Where is that? Where's the people with that? All the people that support that, migrants. Where's all those voters?
Yeah.
Where are they at? Why aren't you telling them something?
Mm-hmm. Good point, Uncle.
I'm just saying, where are they at? The LGBT. Why aren't you leaning on their community and pressing them about the Supreme Court justices and we can't have Trump in there? Go talk to them. It's June, right? It's their month. Go talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Holler at them. But no, you keep telling us. No, I'm not going straight up. This guy says, well, we said in 2016, basically the couch is a vote for Trump. Okay, well, if the couch is a vote for Trump, cool, I'll vote for Trump then. So you're saying if I sit on the couch, I vote for Trump. If I actually go to the poll and actually vote for Trump, I voted for Trump. So no matter what, I vote for Trump. Okay, then I vote for Trump. No problem with me. And what are you going to do about it? What y'all don't understand is there's a lot of Black Americans that's talking about, well, you say the couch, so you say the couch is Trump, they're going to vote for Trump regardless, according to y'all. Will they sit on the couch or will they actually go into the poll, they voting for Trump? So Trump will get a lot of votes then, isn't he? That's why y'all trying to put Trump in jail, because y'all cannot beat Donald Trump at the polls. That's really what it is. And we all know this. But I'm telling you, you put him in jail or even you put him on home confinement, it's not going to end up the way y'all think it is. This man raised $54 million in 24 hours after him being convicted. If y'all go ahead on y'all Democrats, you go put him in jail, and that judge Mershon, he donated to Biden. So he should not actually been on that case because he is partisan. Right? He shouldn't have did that. He should have had another judge that had nothing to do with anything. Right? This whole thing is not going to be good.
You kept saying the daughter.
It's really not. But hey, I'm here for it. I told y'all. I'm always going to sit back. I'm going to watch. And hey, whatever how it turns out, whoever how it turns out, it is what it is. It's just amazing to me how so many Black folks get so invested into what Democrats say, into what Joy Reid says. It amazes me. It just utterly amazes me. And I was talking to a family member there about that. I say, look, be honest with you, if you really understand our people, a lot of them, look, even the scriptures teach that not all gonna be saved. I have made peace a long while ago that there's a great portion of our people that's not worth our time.
Right.
They are truly the white man's property. And that's how they act like it.
Yep.
They would defend that white man, whether they're white, I'm talking about a white Democrat. They would defend that white man to the depths of their soul. And that's fine, because they are truly a slave. The greatest slave is the slave that's already on autopilot.
Yep.
That's the slavery they own. They're not in chains, no, but they already on autopilot being a slave. This is why people say you own this Democrat plantation.
Exactly.
But to those of you who are not on that plantation, that you say, hey, you know, and then let me speak to this other group of people. You're mad at the Democrats. You say you're gonna sit on the couch, but you still defend the Democrats, though. You kind of militant a little bit. You're still a militant Democrat, because if you say anything outside of Democrats, even though you may not vote for them, you still really for a Democrat. You're just mad at Biden right now. But you really want to vote Democrat. You feel like you can't because he didn't really do much, but you're still a Democrat. We have a lot of them too. We have a lot of them. They say they sit on the couch, but they still emotional about Trump. You understand what I'm saying? So we have a lot of militant Democrats. And them same militant Democrats will be calling out the other Democrat shills and talking about all these shills and this and the third. But if you really press them enough, they really gonna start kind of caping Democrat too. See, one thing I know is about the Trump thing tests people. If you want to see if someone's a militant Democrat, just talk Trump a little bit with them. I ain't trying no Trump. Like, you're like, bro, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Who cares about Trump? Who cares about Biden? Be honest with you. Trump or Biden not gonna pay your light bill. Trump or Biden not gonna put food on your table. Right. Trump or Biden is not gonna do crap for you. Not a thing in your everyday life. They're not. So bring down the energy, brother, sister. Bring it down. No matter who's the president, you got to live regardless. Yeah, but Trump get up there. Project 2025. If you go to Donald Trump's website, Project 2025 was not created by the Trump administration. If you know what you're talking about, but you let Joy Reid actually put out some misinformation talking about he going to enact Project 2025. That didn't even come from his campaign. That's the Heritage Foundation and all these other right-wing conservative groups put that together. Yeah, but if he get in, he gonna file like a playbook. Did he say that on his website? At this point, you're putting out misinformation, Joy Reid and the rest of them. I don't care what them folks do in Project 2025. I'm gonna tell you that. I don't care, because I'm a black man in America. Every day is Project 2025 for me, for the black people. Why are we afraid of what they talking about they gonna do? What more they gonna do to black folks anyway they haven't done? Exactly. That's the thing. What more they're going to do that has not been done? Right. I mean, come on. I'm not worried about them. Who cares? My people survived slavery. Some of you run around here talking about my ancestors were slaves and we went through this. Okay, if our ancestors were slaves and we went through this and that and the third, and we strong and all that, what you scared of a Project 2025 for? What are you scared of? I'm not scared of it. So what if they do it? And we survived slavery, we'll survive that too. We are the only people in this land that survived literally everything these people threw at us. Literally. Right. That's worse than a Project 2025. Yeah. We literally survived them trying to extinct black Americans, and we're still here. And you sit up here crying about a Project 2025? Margaret Sanger was trying to extinct black America, and yet our numbers have still grown. But you scared of a Project 2025? See, the problem with a lot of you is you don't have God in your heart. You put your Democrat massa in your heart. That's your Lord and Savior, not the Lord of heaven and earth. That's your problem. That's why you're scared. Maybe if you had the Lord in you, you wouldn't be scared about everything. And if you understand you God's children and understand what your people go through and have went through and the strength that we have and how we have overcame everything these people threw at us, you wouldn't care what a Trump do or anything. You wouldn't care about that crap or what he think he gonna do. And let's be real. What did Trump do while he was in office to hurt us specifically? What did he do? What did he do? It's no law in the book that he did to hurt us. But the man y'all defending so much, you wicked Democrat shills, that man set up there, advocated for the 1994 crime bill, put in mass incarcerated black Americans who still in prison to this day. But where's the crime bill for all the methanies and methyus running around in his community? Where that crime bill at? Huh? Where is it at? Oh, he don't want to do a crime bill now just for black people? That man was a racist back then. He's a racist now.
Right.
Just because he may not call you a name, you just like, oh, well, he's better than Trump.
Sling has your favorite news for just $40 a month.
Like that, Uncle Girl. Oh, my God.
That dude is wicked, bro. He's wicked the things he do. But as in slavery, we had collaborators with the master. Yep. Just like today, we got black collaborators too. Mm-hmm. And it is what it is. That's why they say all skin folk, not kinfolk.
Yep.
Even the scriptures teach who is my mother, who are my brothers. Those who are my mother and brothers do the will of the Lord. Not the skin. Forget the skin. Them Democrat shills are doing the will of their father, the devil. That's who they doing it for. Because clearly they're not doing it for the will of us as black people. They're serving their own interests. They're serving money. You can't serve two masters. Remember that. And they masters getting a check for delivering you up to the Democrat Party. Yep. So all they have is fear. All they have is shame. Anything that the devil operates in, basically, that's all they have. Remember, God doesn't operate in fear. That's not how he operates. God doesn't operate in shame and guilt and trickery and deceit. That's not how God operates. That's not his character. Most people, anyone that got half a brain know that. That's how Satan operates. And yet this is what some of these people in our community want to bring to us. And what these Democrats want to bring to us. Now, I know what they're going to say in the chat. So you're saying Trump is of God? No, he's not either. No. Because if Trump was of God, he wouldn't have been out there with no porn star. He's been at his house with his doggone wife. Like he was supposed to be.
Star.
So all this mess that Trump got caught up in with that woman, realistically, that's Trump's fault.
She was a 4-star too.
I'll tell you, any married man, go your behind home. Go home with your wife. Stay at home with your wife. You got a problem with her, y'all fix it.
All over Playboy.
But don't be doing nothing like that because it always gonna come back to bite you in the butt. It's the truth. Don't cheat on your wife. Don't cheat on your husband. Go your behind home because it's never go end up well for you in the end. And now, right now, think about it. If Trump wouldn't have not cheated on his wife, this wouldn't be a conversation. It wouldn't be. So that's also a life lesson for everybody to see. You in your marriage, go home. Go home, stay with your wife, stay over there. You made vows, you made a commitment, stay over there. If it's not working out, okay, y'all figure that thing out. And if it's not working out, then y'all do things amicably. But go your behind home. That will keep you out of a world of trouble. But yeah, these Democrats, they're going to get more and more ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, this summer months, they're going to be so ridiculous. Expect some wild video to come out. Every time we remember get your booty to the polls, no voting, no bucking and all that other stuff. You remember that last time, right? So expect something to come out. I'm waiting for it because these people are desperate right now. They're desperate. But that's a good position for them to be in because they know Black Americans aren't for them.
Yep.
So they're going to have to figure that thing out. And the only thing they can do at this point is reparations in the form of cash payments. If they're not going to do that, leave us alone.
I've always been a strong, independent woman.
You have an extremely rare form of.
Okay, so quick thoughts on that, Shabaka.
Okay, he is absolutely correct. And this is pretty much echoing what we've been stating on our platform for the last 8 years. You see what I'm saying? It's about us preserving ourselves, and particularly, man, of the story that we're going to be doing later on today, and roughly in about 18 hours, okay, which is a major story about of Shreveport, Louisiana, is because I've just gotten more information on it, Brother Che, that I will be sharing with you, you know, first thing tomorrow. Okay. These Democrats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, give your thoughts on this, and then probably the last topic you'll be on is Sheila Jackson Lee, the pancreatic cancer diagnosis.
Okay. All right. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, you know, definitely tune into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced later on today, June the 4th, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. in the Central Time Zone, and 9 p.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. The number to call in is 516-418-5996. Call up everybody you know to have them call in on to this particular episode that we're doing tomorrow night, is because, ladies and gentlemen, we have came across a clandestine operation of genocide of Black people.
Oh, yeah, no, without a doubt.
Yeah, and this story is unfolding, and we are getting information, and this is no nonsense. Fuck Trump, fuck Biden. You need to be on this podcast, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, today, this evening, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East, and prepare yourself. It's something that has been uncovered that is diabolical against us, that is affecting our elderly and our children. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. Spread it far and wide. We want that board to be filled up tomorrow with a minimum of 35 callers. And then as the episode is being casted, please share it as it goes down, okay? This is a very, very serious issue that we will be discussing. All are welcome to call in, okay? And this is for the general public, okay? Right now, but prepare yourself, because sometimes we do go off the hook at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Oh, yeah. Especially when we have our antagonists. Goddamn.
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So our usual antagonists, you know, when they come up with their redundancies, because our guest host, you know, he's going to have the floor, and he's going to be mentioning these atrocities, you know, is because he is sending me information that I'm currently researching, and it is bad, people. Very bad, very bad. And what we're about to talk about tomorrow night or later on tonight on this date here, ladies and gentlemen, is going to make Donald Duck look like a Boy Scout.
Oh, yeah, big time.
It is that serious.
Okay,
we don't give a damn. Yeah, okay. And we don't give a damn about how much dope Hunter Biden smokes. His daddy's going to pardon him and all that shit. Okay, and he's fucked up. Biden is old and senile. Biden Jr. Hunter's on dope. You know what I mean? But this, ladies and gentlemen, that what we're going to be discussing later on today on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is an extremely, very, very serious issue of what is being pushed on our people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's bad. And it's bad. Yes, sir.
So make sure y'all call in to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced tomorrow, or now today. This evening.
Yep.
So moving along, Shabaka, because I know we're pressed for time.
Yeah, Lisa Cabrera.
Representative Sheila Jackson Lee has announced that she has pancreatic cancer. She was just recently diagnosed. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
And then also, too, we want to also put a special note out there is that CNN's correspondent, Sarah Seiden, is in stage 3 breast cancer as well, too. And I noticed that they're showing less and less of Sarah Seiden on CNN. So our prayers are for her as well, too.
Get those mammograms, sisters.
Yes, indeed.
It really could.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know. All right, okay, Sheila Jackson Lee.
got twins in the building.
Hey, Twin, what's going on with you?
Yeah, shout out to Lisa.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Jackson Lee just announced that she has cancer of the pancreas. Now, my father died from that, and I know how rapidly a person declined, and it is very clear. You can see it. You can see it. She does not look well at all when you look at this latest picture of her, and you can tell she's losing her hair and everything. But ladies and gentlemen, you know, I am not a fan of Sheila Jackson Lee, but even I don't wish this on her. So she announced on Sunday that she's been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and warned her constituents that she'll likely be occasionally absent from Congress while undergoing treatment. Yeah, she just won re-election not long ago.
Then she needs to
Really,
retire.
it's not that long ago.
Yeah, she does.
So she said her doctors confirmed my diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. I am currently undergoing treatment to battle this disease that impacts tens of thousands of Americans every year. This is what she said in a recent statement. I am confident that my doctors have developed the best possible plan to target my specific disease. The road ahead will not be easy, but I stand in faith that God will strengthen me. The 15-term Congresswoman who mounted an unsuccessful bid for Houston mayor last year faced a primary challenge from a one-time congressional intern earlier this year for the Deep Blue 18th Congressional District. She prevailed with 60% of the vote. Addressing her constituents, Jackson Lee wrote on Sunday, "As I pursue my treatments, it is likely that I will be occasionally absent from Congress, but rest assured, my office will continue to deliver the vital constituent services that you deserve and expect." So, you know, see, this is what I don't understand, because we saw this with Elijah Cummings. We saw this with John Lewis. And I'm not talking about they had the same kind of cancer. They didn't. In some cases they did, and others they didn't. But these folks, it's almost like they don't want to step aside even when they are diagnosed with something deadly. They don't say to themselves, you know what, I need to step aside and take care of myself.
Your ages. Come on.
I guess the power is just too great to give up.
I thought, you made your
You know, we saw this with Dianne Feinstein's old behind end up dying in office because she didn't know when to quit. And you know, I think that's a terrible thing. Pancreatic cancer is no joke. That will take you out of here in a short period of time.
We covered that.
And for you to, I'll just take some time off and just know I won't be, but I'll still be in Congress. No, that's not really a good message.
No, that's not.
You know, a good message would be you focusing more on your health, because this is the critical time to do it.
The perfect
message
is that she's resigning.
The Congresswoman noted that she is committed to working with congressional leadership and being present for votes on legislation that is critical to the prosperity and security of the American people. Yeah. You know, remember, she was the one in charge of H.R. 40.
Yeah.
That went into obscurity. We have not heard another thing about it, which tells you how disingenuous the whole thing really was.
Yeah, that's why it never went nowhere.
So she goes on and say, by God's grace, I will be back in full strength soon. She
same year I was born, Shabaka.
Well, not really, Sheila Jackson Lee. That's a tough one to beat. That's why so many people that have it, they don't make it beyond a certain point.
If you say that, though, Shabaka.
If anything,
They called
if this country was about something, they would have been more into curing these deadly diseases instead of just treating you for it. That's all they want to do is give you treatment, but they don't really cure it
money's in the
at all.
not in the cure.
And that's the problem.
Exactly.
You know, I think at this point, as long as cancer has been around, you would think that would be the focus, to eradicate it. But no, they make so much money off of it. That's why they don't care about the people that die from it every single year, because they're making a ton of money treating you, but never curing you
Two
for
of
it.
these topics on the screen we're going to discuss.
But,
tonight.
you know, this is what happens when Gentiles run the show.
Crying. No, that's
Money over all else, including human life. This is what happens when they run the world. So anyway, y'all, you know, as much as I dislike Sheila Jackson Lee, I even feel a little bit sorry for her in this instance, because no matter what, you know, I may not like her way of doing things. I may not like her position on quite a few things, but that doesn't mean I want her to end up with something deadly like this. But hey, when the Most High pulls your card and it's time to give up that ghost, it's going to happen whether you like it or not. We have no say over it. And we're all going to have that time coming. Each and every one of us. But hey, you know, she wants to go for treatment and hang on to her conditions. I guess that's the way it's going to be. Y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please.
She didn't do nothing for Black people. And she's an immigrant. She's non-FBA. She's from the islands. So, I mean, the delineation is really crucial. And she's part of the Congressional Black Caucus, the Do Nothing Caucus. So she refused to remember. So Father Time is going to have his way with her.
Oh, yes, sir. And I remember, man, because I think they came up with that Congressional Black Caucus. I think they came up with that bullshit about 1964, I think. I may be wrong. But the only one, if memory serves me correct, the one who came up with the HR 44, the reparations, who was the Congress, John Conyers, the congressman out of Michigan, and Rashid Tlaib is the one that is currently in his seat. You see what I mean?
Yep.
The one that got elected that said that we're going to impeach the motherfucker, in which they did. You know what I'm saying? She runs John Conyers' seat. Okay, but however, though, only thing I can say is that I've had many family members pass away from this disease of cancer. My condolences to her family.
Last year,
yes, sir. Condolences to her about what she's going through and what she's going to go through. And the same thing with Sarah Seidner of CNN, is because you know that Miss Seidner had revealed about a little bit less than a year that she was in stage 3 cancer, and you haven't seen her on CNN. So I hate to say, but I think that Sarah Seidner has gone off into stage 4. I hope she hasn't. Okay, but Sheila Jackson Lee, oh yeah, she's definitely in stage 4. Say,
but
so she needs
essential, y'all, sisters.
Yeah, don't mess around, you know. Don't let them white folks come to you on them jiggly wigglies, you know, with that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure that a lot of the sisters, you know, will know more about that than us. And who knows, maybe in the future
What
we
I've
need
been
to do.
told from the women in my family, mainly my mom and my grandma, is this it's a painful process, but it has to be done in order to catch it early.
Right.
You want to catch the first stage at a worst second stage, but if you get into the third and fourth stages, it's
all downhill. Yeah, it's all downhill.
Yeah.
You see, and then as you have stated, is that big pharma, they make more money off the so-called curing of it than the actual cure.
Yes. Cameraman
Okay,
also.
so and like I said, you know, that's the problem about this quote unquote democracy that is so goddamn good, which is bullshit because it's built upon the concept of greed. Okay. And with me being an old bastard in my twilight years, okay, I'm not going to sit up there and tell you a bunch of bullshit. Oh, keep believing in something that constantly works against us every fucking election. At the 2-year level and at the 4-year level. Cheeto dude, the dump as in human shit, he's going to win the election. And then just set up there his Western office of the White House that Richard Nixon had in San Clemente and make Donald Trump's Alcatraz Island.
Yep, I agree, Shabaka. So I'm moving to the next topic.
Yes.
The anchor coming out that proves that homophobia is not real or is dead.
Homophobia, man, is a bunch of bullshit, man. With some
Family and
motherfuckers
fellow
who
soldiers,
have
I'm the professor,
heterophobia.
and this is the moment of truth.
The professor. Gotta hear the professor.
I don't know if you've heard, but June is Pride Month.
That's a Black truth.
And since this is the beginning of Pride Month, I think we ought to go ahead and observe a couple of things to show just how far society has come since the entire month of June is set aside for this. I think that we ought to celebrate the fact that the great evil of homophobia is no more. You heard me right. Homophobia is gone, resigned to the ash heap of history. Now, of course, this is something that hasn't gotten anywhere near as much attention as it should. But as a result, I think that we ought to go ahead and shine a spotlight on it. Because recently you had a television anchor who decided that he was going to come out as gay on television. And when you actually hear the reasons that this man gave for doing so, well, it shows you that homophobia is indeed dead. And you probably are wondering, why did this man feel the need to do so on television? Why was it so important that he do this on broadcast TV? Well, I don't doubt that this man is sincerely gay. I also know that there was no burning need for him to actually announce it. Nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, can claim that they're terrified that their parents might not like it or that their people at work are going to get them fired. Whatever social restrictions or social penalties might have gone along with coming out of the closet, that stuff ended back in the 1980s. Because that was the last time that anyone could honestly say that there was some sort of personal backlash to admitting that they were gay. Can you name any media personality, politician, or actor whose career was ruined in the last 35 years because people found out that they were LGBT? I sure can't. It seems like practically every week we got somebody who's saying, oh, by the way, me, I'm LGBT as well. You got some folks who are not really LGBT, but instead they claim to be some sort of alternate lifestyle simply because they think that it'll get people to talk about them. So this narrative that gay people have to live in the shadows for fear of being found out, it's not true at all. And it hasn't been true in several decades. That's a good thing. It should be celebrated. But instead, this little factoid is ignored. So why did this guy feel the need to do this? Because it's become a means of personal promotion in his case. This guy said that there was some magazine that I'd never even heard of who said that they wanted to have him on the cover of their magazine. And this is an LGBT publication. So the guy was thinking, oh, well, if I'm going to be on the cover of an LGBT magazine, I might as well go ahead and go on television and tell everybody about it. Now, he said that he had already told a number of family and friends that he was LGBT a number of times. So this wasn't the first time he had done this. But he said that the TV station that he worked for heard that he was going to be on the cover of this LGBT magazine and that they offered him the opportunity to use that station as a platform to publicize this. So as I said, this is not any sort of LGBT equality that this guy was standing up for because they had that decades ago. He himself admits this was about self-promotion and getting some publicity from the station. All he had to do was say he was LGBT, and that was going to make headlines and get lots of positive publicity. So where's the homophobia at? It's not there. He also said that on their morning show, he and his coworkers strive for authenticity. And I can't preach that without being my authentic self. Okay, so this was an issue of him being true to himself, a question of authenticity. All right, but authentic to what? Authentic how? He never specified what he meant by being authentic. And how does telling people his sexual orientation make him more authentic than he already was? Does it mean that he's been lying about the reporting he's been doing on air up until now? I'm just trying to figure out what the authentic piece means. Speaking of authentic, he also said that he's the son of immigrants. The white media, like these corporations and the government, they prefer to elevate immigrants over Black Americans. So why is he or the advocate or anyone else trying to make it seem like this guy was scared or hesitant to make this announcement? Because he himself admits he wasn't. He saw this as an opportunity to get his name out there. Because before this, I didn't know who he was. And I'll bet you probably didn't know either. If anything, he ought to be saying how great it is that he lives in a day and age when simply talking about his sexual orientation is a surefire way to get positive publicity for himself. Kevin Spacey announced his LGBT status when he was in the midst of a horrifying scandal. And he did it because he thought that would be a good way to get good publicity to balance out all the negative press that he was getting. By the way, I hear Wayne Brady's calling himself a pansexual these days, which means, well, I'm not very sure. Whoever this guy is, his sexuality is his business. We can all agree on that. And I'm sure he and the rest of the LGBT advocates would say the same. But if that's the case, that his sexuality is his business and no one else's, why did he feel the need to go on television and announce to the entire world something that nobody cared about? Why did he feel the need to, unprovoked and unsolicited, tell everybody his business? The LGBT community will tell you quickly that their privacy is the most important thing to them, that they want the heterosexual world to keep its noses out of what's going on in their bedrooms. So why did this guy decide that he was going to announce it to the world? What possible purpose was served by him doing this? But he said that he had to do it. He didn't have a choice. Why? Because he was going to be on the cover of this LGBT magazine that I haven't even heard of, by the way. And because of that, he decided he had no choice but to go on TV and announce it to the world, as opposed to just do his cover story and be fine with that. He said, quote, "This is the most people I've ever come out to at once." So he's already been out of the proverbial closet before. In fact, probably multiple times before now. But he decided to do this on camera. So this is the homophobic American society that I've heard so much about? Rather than this guy trying to low-key pretend as if somehow he's giving some sort of forbidden information, come on, that went out of style a long time ago. This is a day and age when declaring you're LGBT goes from being something that ends your career to being something that boosts it. And shouldn't that be touted from the rooftop? Shouldn't that be celebrated? But there's one more thing that I'd like to add. He said that one of the main reasons he wanted to make this public announcement was because at their station's TV show, they make it a point to be their authentic selves. And he didn't think he was being authentic unless he told the entire world what he does in the bedroom, even if they didn't ask. He reads news stories off of a teleprompter. What the heck does that have to do with him being authentic to anyone? How does his announcement make people take him more seriously or give him credibility somehow? So many Black people are only too eager to identify as something else other than Black. They want to make sure that their primary identification is something other than Black. So they hope the dominant society will see them as something other than Black. So they tell everyone that they're biracial or LGBT or an immigrant, like this guy did, because it's easier to be any of those things than it is to be Black. He works in the white media, so he already knows that white media outlets purge themselves of Black on-air talent constantly. However, if you're LGBT, you will easily outlast your Black coworkers. Coming out as LGBT is a way to extend one's career longevity, certainly a lot more than being Black. So in a very real sense, he has a kind of privilege now that goes along with his current status. But for the most part, other than that, nobody cares what he thinks or what he does. And he only has a job until some AI advances to the point where it can have a computer read his teleprompter without sounding like a computer. When that happens, the only authentic thing this guy will be is authentically unemployed. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Stay Positive, Deep Eye 904, Shrampstein, Amir Miller, and Antonio Daniels. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
This is why we're trying to empower frontline Black news, Professor. He's always dropping gems. Once again, I agree with the professor. This is undisputable truth. Who cares if this dude wants to go suck another man's dick and get fucked in his ass? I got more important things to worry about.
Right.
Period.
But they're always talking about we're homophobic, but in reality, we're the most tolerant people on this planet.
Exactly. Next thing you know, Brother Che, probably when you get my age, man, it would be against the law for a man to like women.
Well, that's what our good brother, my Sankofa brother Marie, who moved to Kenya about 4 years ago now, said before he left in 2019.
Yeah,
He left right
2019.
before this pandemic.
Yeah. Yeah. And glad you brought up the scandemic because, you know, they got old raggedy ass
they trying to
back in the hot seat. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, as much as I despise that blonde-haired bimbo, got in his ass and told him the fucking truth. You call yourself a damn doctor and you're a part of this bullshit of what it is to go get people slammed with these goddamn vaccines, which is nothing more than microscopic chips to put a tracking device on you. When they don't dig what you're saying, they're going to turn you off. That's all what that shit is.
Yeah, so it's just another distraction. Still
Yes, sir. And then the cold part about it is that I got loved ones who took that damn vaccine, and I'm very concerned about them.
Oh yeah, big time. My grandfather got the vaccine for his work and ended up kicking the bucket a year or two later. So
wow. And then, not to mention the fact is that they're going to start extorting people in the next presidential regime that's going to come about. That there's going to be part of what this 2025 experiment that's going to be. They're going to go out there and they're going to mandate that people take this shit. And the only thing that I can say is that that's why we got to get on the same square, Black family, and stay strong and refuse to take that shit. Well, they don't get a few of us.
Those dumbass commercials about the new.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And they had punk ass Kelsey up there advertising that shit.
Right.
I don't see those commercials anymore or near as much as I did.
Because people is getting wise to this bullshit. That's why. And then also too is that I just came across some information and research as we do is that they got a new strand of bird flu that's going to be coming out.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
just one pandemic after another.
No, but these pandemics, brother, are planned.
Oh
you
yeah.
See, yeah, these are planned. These diseases are made in laboratories, or the natural disease of it is enhanced in a laboratory. That's my theory.
The United States owns and has the patent on.
Yes, sir.
So look it up. But moving on, because we got our 10-4 Kufis on now. We got the dump is convicted, but does it matter? Does it matter, Shabaka, that the dump is convicted on 34 counts of felony counts of fraud?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, it's because I found out recently because
if you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the
subscribe to Frontline Black News. Okay, no disrespect to Professor Black Truth, but Professor, please share our content. You know, we're asking you. We don't mind sharing your content, Professor.
He knows who we are.
Yeah, you know, please mention us, Professor. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, what it is, so it's another epidemic, you know, a pandemic, you know what I mean? And of course, we know who the main target is, okay? It's not so much Black people as a whole, but Black males in particular, because you got all these swirlers coming out now, you know, like, Candace Owens and all that old type of shit. You see what I mean? You know, so they are definitely going in hard to kill what's left of the Black family unit. And the only thing I can say is that I've got to pass it on down to the next generations. You see what I'm saying? Don't go out like this. Don't go out there. Keep that black family unit intact, okay? It's because that's our only fucking lever for us being wiped out, you see? Why do you think they're coming with these alternative agendas? Why do you think they're coming with these vaccines? Why do you think they're pushing all this ratchetness out here in Sin City and Los Angeles? Why the hell do you think they make all these dumbass, stupid TV shows and fucked up ass movies, you know what I'm saying? Degrading ourselves. You see what I mean?
Boy, that's all they promote on Netflix. If you look at Netflix,
yes.
all they promote is exactly that.
And Netflix is right next door to the Screen Directors Guild down on Vine Street, south of Sunset Boulevard.
Oh,
because because when I went to
weird.
Yeah, because when I did my tour there, Brother Paris, as you know, a couple of years ago on HB in front of the Chinese Theater, I'd walk down Vine Street because that was the only fucking place I could park without worrying about some son of a bitch trying to break into it or steal the catalytic converter. I passed right by their front door, and I think, Brother Chair, I did send you a picture of it.
Yeah,
so
I was watching it.
Yes, sir. So fuck the Screen Actors Guild, fuck the Screenwriters Guild, fuck the Netflix, fuck the whole goddamn institution of Hollywood. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way.
Yes, and we co-sign the message. So Professor Blacc Truth is going to give us his take on the dump being convicted. What does it matter? What doesn't matter?
Right.
Now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacist hate that.
And do all that for fun.
And now the Sunday address. All right, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about the story of the week, indeed, the trial of the century. Donald Trump has been convicted on 34 counts of, well, basically paying a porn star out of his political campaign coffers and apparently trying to whitewash it over. But regardless of that, I didn't want to talk about it mainly because of the fact that it's not that important to Black empowerment, but because there have been a number of people out there outside of the Black media who have done some garbage takes on it. I figured that for posterity's sake, there might be some merit in me throwing my 2 cents into it. All right, let's go ahead and deal with the preliminary issues first. What do I think about this particular case? Not very much and not very often. Now, before I go any farther, I have to say off the bat, I'm not a Trump fan. I have no sympathy or support for the man. This guy spent his entire life being a good little bigot. And on top of that, what's he done for Black empowerment? Not much. Sure, he may provide something of a political counterweight to put pressure on the Democrats. But at the end of the day, if you have to drag this man kicking and screaming to do anything on your behalf, that becomes just as big a problem as the Democrats. That said, looking at this from the outside, we all know what this fiasco and the avalanche of litigation against him is really about. The establishment wants Trump gone for a myriad of reasons, and Democrats are looking and going, you know what? We got very lucky in 2020. We had a pandemic that weakened him politically because it undermined the economy, not to mention the collective weight of a lot of his stupid behavior. The Democrats didn't have anybody except for maybe Bernie Sanders who could have given Trump a run for his money, but they don't like a lot of the things that Bernie Sanders has been saying and positions he's been taking. So from the actual people who the Democrats would be willing to put on the ballot, they didn't really have anybody other than Biden who could compete against him. And if it wasn't for how the economy went sideways in 2020 due to the pandemic and all of the chaos that it wrought, Joe Biden would not have won that year either, just like he failed the other 2 times he tried to run for president. So that's what things are about from the Democrat side of the ledger. The Democrats are very much desirous to make sure that the orange man doesn't get back into the White House, because if he does, he's going to be politically vindictive as hell. But the Republicans also can't stand Donald Trump. They couldn't beat him either. See, they thought that they had gotten rid of this man in 2020. You had idiots like Joe Scarborough saying that Donald Trump wasn't necessarily gone, but Trumpism was. And I'm sitting here listening to this crap and going, you know what? This is why only baby boomers listen to the white broadcast media and actually put any stock in what they say. Because Scarborough, as with so much else, he was wrong on both counts. Neither Trump nor Trumpism was gone, and history has certainly borne that one out. So Joe Scarborough has shown everybody just how astute a political observer he is. But the problem was when Donald Trump got beat in 2020, he didn't slither away and crawl back under a rock And that being the case, they decided, okay, then we're going to make his political demise permanent by any means possible. The plan is pretty transparent because they want it to be. The idea is to bury him under a mountain of litigation, go ahead and drain his campaign treasury, and hopefully wear him out by the election because he ain't no
That's
young
what I
man.
said, Professor.
And being under all of this pressure is not good for the health of a guy who already is obese and ain't in great shape to begin with. Now, what are the chances that this is going to result in him going to prison now that he's been convicted for this? If I was a betting man, I'd say that he's not. He's a first-time nonviolent offender. And just to show how much of a stretch this all has been, half a dozen legal experts who talked to Reuters said that it's very rare for defendants convicted of the kind of crime he was to get prison time in New York. In fact, it's rare for those kind of defendants to get prison time, period. Mainly because of the fact that this is not exactly a high crime. This is not the kind of thing that necessarily you throw the book at people for. What usually happens is they pay a fine. But in Donald Trump's case, who knows? The judge in this case might decide to swing for the fences and actually give Donald Trump some sort of incarceration time or another, mainly because the judge happens to have ties to the Democratic Party. There are a number of questions about the judge and other aspects of this case that could provide Trump the basis for a successful appeal. But that's going to be slow going. I'd say whether he can get this conviction overturned or not depends on how quickly he can get this case before his Supreme Court. I say his Supreme Court because he put half of them on the bench. But you can bet Democrats and the never-Trumper contingent of the GOP will do everything they can to drag that process out. This is about politically purging the landscape of somebody who had been problematic for both of the major parties for different reasons. And make no mistake, the Republican establishment is glad that this happened. Donald Trump's been a big problem for them too. They're not up in arms about this. Have you noticed that? Sure, Mike Johnson will croak out a few impetuous remarks. They'll make a couple of the right-sounding noises, but in reality, the GOP leadership is by and large glad that this happened. Why? For the same reason as the Democrats, because the Republicans were not able to beat Trump either, but they had another bone to pick with Trump that even the Democrats didn't have. You see, Donald Trump successfully turned the GOP's own base against them, something he couldn't do with the Democrats. The Republican leadership was humiliated by the fact that this guy was able to crap all over them. Hell, he was publicly taking a dump on lifers like John McCain and others, and the GOP's own voters sided with Trump against them. See, part of being a politician in the United States is that you're voting is basically you're basically a king in charge of your own little domain. So when somebody shows up out of the blue and proves they can come into your house and turn your subjects against you, this after decades of you being solely in charge, powers that be don't like that. This is all about having guaranteed outcomes, and Trump became the wild card and they didn't like it. And he was able to do it so easily. I've been saying this for years now. The never-Trumper contingent of the GOP is far larger than people think. A lot of these Republican politicians who have been pretending to not be against Trump, or even the ones who were pretending to like him, they were doing it because they were terrified of the fact that this man could inject uncertainty into their political races. When these guys run for re-election, the last thing that they want is Donald Trump coming out of nowhere and saying, this guy, he's not with me, somebody should primary him. Sure, even if they can beat him, that's fine, but nobody wants to actually have to chew their fingernails and bite their fingernails off, wondering if they're going to get beat. Everybody just wants to coast to re-election. That's what being in office is about, the power of incumbency. It's not supposed to be a long, hard slog to get reelected. It's supposed to be a fait accompli. You're supposed to show up, file your re-election paperwork, and then you just wait until voting day when people vote for you. It's like, all right, back to office again. That's what it's supposed to be. And Trump made it where they couldn't depend on that anymore. And they didn't like that. It was not business as usual. I'm not talking about business as usual that benefits Black people. I'm talking about this is strictly from the outside. This ain't got nothing to do with us. See, they tried to dogpile him with establishment tools like Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush, but they got crushed. Then they tried to reverse engineer their own phony version of Trump light, like Ron DeSantis. But GOP voters weren't fooled by him either, and they sent him packing, not that he ever truly had a chance to begin with. And I told you about DeSantis from day one, he didn't have a chance. It was obvious that this guy was going to fail. So nothing that the GOP establishment or their rich donors threw at Trump worked. And once he became the standard bearer for the party, now they were in a real fix. They couldn't openly be out there trying to take him down. So the question for the GOP leadership was, how do they restore the old status quo, but without turning their own voters against them? Because if you go against Donald Trump, enough of those rubes out there over the Republican base are going to turn on you. So how do you thread that particular needle? How do you dance on that particular pinhead? The answer? You don't. Instead, you let the Democrats do it for you. So that's the reason why you haven't seen the GOP running around with their hair on fire after this verdict. See, a lot of them, they were expecting this. They were counting on it. They're perfectly content to let Trump swing in the wind and let the Democrats beat him like a drum repeatedly. Look at how muted and tame the GOP's response to this has been. You would have thought these guys would be out here threatening Armageddon, but they're not. Because to a big extent, Donald Trump has also been a thorn in their sides too, and they much prefer the way things were before he came along. This is about restoring the old status quo. And once more, for the people who don't listen, I'm no Trump supporter. I'm just telling you the political realities. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, World Wars I and II were nothing more than an argument between a couple of thugs about which one of them was going to rule over us. And the same thing goes for the Cold War. This is how white supremacy argues amongst itself. And the same principle applies here. This is a political argument between white centers of power, vying to see which one of them is going to have the upper hand. And yes, the competition does become cannibalistic and quite brutal, but that's what happens when you're fighting for power at the highest levels. Donald Trump was obnoxious and annoying, but he was to an extent tolerable until he began making enemies out of lifelong politically entitled people. So that's just a roundabout way of saying, no, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend. Under white supremacy, it don't work that way. Speaking of which, what does this mean for black people? First of all, Democrats are going to take this as an opportunity to say they don't have to do anything for black people now. Why? Because, why, buddy? We put these charges on Trump, buddy. You remember how racist he was when he was president, don't you? Hell, you remember how racist he was before he was president. So that's what we did for you. We took down Donald Trump. We did it for you niggers because, we like you guys. So now go to the polls and vote for us. So once again, Democrats are giving themselves a gift, but then they turn around and say that they were actually doing it for us. And they'll have the usual assortment of bootlicks, tethers, and suck-up Negroes who are going to be screaming, that's right, Democrats ain't got to do nothing for me. They got the orange man out of office, and they put them charges on him, and they got him convicted, and that's good enough for me. He gets to seize what it's like to be blacks in America. Here's the thing. While it is true that Donald Trump is definitely, if nothing else, tasting some of his own karma, especially where black people are concerned, yes, he cheerleaded for black people to be incarcerated, a million other things. That being the case, sure, I have absolutely no problem with Donald Trump being on the business end of a prosecution. I have no problem with that at all. But don't tell me that they've been doing this for black people's benefit. They've been doing this only for their own. Because what are black people going to get out of this? Alvin Bragg certainly won't be getting much political capital out of it. But if Letitia James brings her case and nails Trump too, then they'll talk about her like she's the second coming. But they'll only be doing that in the hopes of getting black female voters to be swinging toward the Democrats. That's what they'll be doing, just playing the same old games. And I don't think I have to tell you about Fannie Willis. We don't need to be naive or deceived about what's really going on here. This is the same old jockeying for position within the political structure. People who are trying to climb that ladder, and this is part of how they try to do it. The big question from the left corner of the white media has been, how is this going to affect Trump's campaign? In reality, he's going to take a brief hit to his numbers, but as for whether or not this will sink his campaign, it's going to depend on how this goes in those battleground states. And while polls allegedly show, according to the white media, that there's Republican voters who have said that if he does become a felon, that this will affect whether or not they choose to vote for him, it's also true that there's a lot of people who claim that they wouldn't vote for Trump, but come election day, they do it anyway. For a lot of folks in this country, Trump is a guilty pleasure. He brings a lot of baggage with him. And because of that, there's a lot of folks who like him and support him, but they're embarrassed to say so because of all the obnoxious stuff that he does. His shameless racism and shooting off his mouth and all of his vulgar comments, that may endear him to a certain segment of the population, but for others, especially political moderates, they still feel some kind of way of actually admitting to supporting him. Hypocrisy is America's cardinal sin. Trump understands that, even if the white media doesn't. So the idea of how many people who will vote for Trump as opposed to those who are willing to openly say so, those are two different things. Trump understands that reality. Clearly, the Democrats' plan is to sink Trump's campaign by using these prosecutions to weigh him down. Now, whether or not that works, they're going to need more than this conviction to do it, mainly because this conviction hardly rises to the level of a high crime. It's much closer to a misdemeanor. And for a lot of people, they don't understand it. They don't even understand what was so important about bringing a prosecution based on this. All they heard was that he paid off a porn star. That does not rise to the level of a felony in people's minds. And when you say, well, it's where he got the money from to do it and how he lied about it, to the vast majority of voters, and certainly the overwhelming majority of Republican voters, that's going to come off more as a morals crime, not something that he actually should have been dragged into court about. So if the Democrats are hoping that these prosecutions are eventually going to weigh him down, they're going to need to do more than this. But as we already see, they've got plenty more cases waiting in the wings. So this is not going to be a one-off. And that's going to be a problem for Trump long term, because while with this case, he is unquestionably a first-time nonviolent offender, the problem is that they go ahead and put some more felonies on him successfully. Well, at that point, then he becomes a two-time convicted felon. And that's where the possibility of him going to prison really comes into play. I'm sure that for Trump, the most important thing is to actually make it to the Republican convention, because it's going to be a coronation for him. He doesn't have any competition. But also beyond that, he's going to have to try to hold together whatever political support that he has long enough to actually make it to election day. That's where the problem for the Democrats comes in. You see, when people go to the polls, they don't vote against someone. They have to vote for something. There's no place on the ballot that says you can go ahead and vote against this guy, but it doesn't take any votes away from so-and-so over here or add any votes to someone else. No, you got to vote for something at the polls, not against it. And that being the case, Joe Biden's numbers are already underwater, and this conviction has not turned them around. Just because you hurt Trump's numbers doesn't mean that you help Biden, and Biden needs his numbers to go up. It's not enough for Trump's numbers merely to go down. This has not translated into a rise in the polls for Biden. In fact, things have stayed the same, precisely because Biden is president and Trump's not. This is seen by a lot of people, especially in the political center, as being a political sideshow going on with Trump. It won't become serious until after the convention. And even then, they're going to be asking, has Joe Biden made our lives better? These are the lengths that the political establishment is willing to go to in order to try to preserve itself. But Donald Trump made the exact same kind of mistake that Joe Biden did. When it came time for him to make a deal with black voters to get our support, he instead decided that he too didn't have to do that. Trump, like the Democrats, tried to see if he could get by with mere lip service. Yes, a lot of these non-black people of color who had been making nice with white supremacy all these decades did catch a little bit of hell from him while he was in office. But at some point, we have to see our own position improve in order for that to translate into supporting Trump. It's good that people get their wake-up call and all that. I'm all for it. But this is about whether our fortunes improve, not so much whether someone else's goes down. Donald Trump promised us nothing, and he kept his word. So I say we support him the exact same way he supported us. If he had spent his 4 years in office going to black communities and spelling out the tangibles that he would bring, he could have swung black support his way. Instead, he decided to attack the black community, and he antagonized the very people who he needed to stay home. See, the only reason he became president in 2016 was because black voters had been disgusted with the neglect and the abuse from Obama, and they were ready to vomit at the prospect of a Hillary Clinton presidency because they knew that it would be Bill Clinton 2.0. So those black voters decided, hell, we're staying home, which is exactly the scenario the Republicans need if they're going to win office. They need black voters in specific to stay home because we are the base of the Democratic Party. We're the strongest voting bloc that they have, the most dependable by far. And make no mistake, when it comes to these so-called battleground states, the white media is not really talking about the states at all. Most states in the U.S. are red states. What the white media calls blue states are actually red states with large blue cities within them. Michigan is, well, was a red state, but the main reason that it's blue at all is because of Detroit. Georgia's a red state, solid red, but it goes blue occasionally solely because of Atlanta. That's what makes the difference between whether it's red or blue. Pennsylvania is another red state. That racist Cajun James Carville said it himself, quote, Pennsylvania is Philadelphia in the east, Pittsburgh in the west, and Alabama in between. And he was right. It's Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two black enclaves that makes Pennsylvania a blue state. And Florida, by the way, also occasionally can swing in a blue direction, but it's because of Miami-Dade. And that's the only reason why Democrats are even able to exist in that state. Trump made a political calculation that he could shore up his black support during his presidency, but do it without actually offering us anything. And what he found out was there's some Negroes who are willing to go to the White House and take a photo with them. But when it comes to the actual grassroots support, he has to show up with tangibles. And instead, he showed up empty-handed. And now he's seen what kind of support empty hands gets you. So will this conviction drag down Trump's poll numbers? Actually, I don't think so. Even to the voters in the swing states, this all comes off more as he got convicted for paying off a porn star. And given what people already know about Trump, there's no surprise there. Now, apparently, there's supposed to be more litigation against Trump as we get closer to the election. I think that's a horrible strategy for the Democrats. Dogpiling Trump has already gained him support and sympathy from people, because a lot of people are looking at this and going, wait a minute, he can't be this bad. That's what's happening with a lot of those moderates, and certainly with the right wing. And to put Trump on trial right before the election, especially if you do it even after the convention, after he gets the nomination, that's going to be largely interpreted by the public as the Democrats attempting to put Trump in prison because they don't think they can beat him at the polls. I think it's obvious what the Democrats are hoping for is that with all this pressure being put on Trump, hopefully he'll have a public meltdown as if he hasn't done that before, or that he's going to crack. But the truth is, Donald Trump does a much better job of composing himself than people have given him credit for. He actually has more discipline than people would like to believe. But that hasn't kept him out of trouble, largely because of the fact that the man keeps making too many of the wrong moves. He's certainly made too many of the wrong enemies. But continuing to try to drag this guy into court day after day, especially for the remainder of this year, that's going to backfire. People are going to be looking at this and saying Democrats clearly don't think that they can beat this guy, and this is what they're doing. The sad part is that to a large degree, this perception is accurate. But then again, this is my view from the outside looking in. Call me when someone wants to talk about something that will actually empower Black people. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Eric Bailey, Deborah Martinez, Masby International, Javier, and Rowan Wings. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on
With scribehow.com, you can create SOPs in minutes, not hours. Hey, you.
And to paraphrase the professor, you know what I'm saying is this trial was a sham. It was a joke. And this is why I've said on social media, send that motherfucker out there to Alcatraz, have him do his time on there, set up the damn White House over there when he wins the goddamn election, because he's out in the middle of Frisco Bay. It's going to be cold. The place is old, dilapidated, and let the motherfucker walk the concrete and take his goddamn cronies with him, man. It's a bunch of bullshit. And on that there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid you all a good night from Sin City. Definitely check out the special episode with a very special guest that we have on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Later on today, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East. The phone number to call is 516-418-5996. You do not want to miss this episode. It is vital. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bidding you all a good night from Sin City. And then, Brother Paris, we only got 3 more months to go before preseason starts, man.
Oh,
so I can start.
Here you go.
Yes, I can start.
Gators. Nobody wants to hear about your Gators.
Stop it.
Man, and the Pony Express, keep them in a barn and let them eat oats.
We're going to eat them oats to give us horsepower to run all over you ship dock fools.
Man, we're pirates, man. Of course, we always expect to get crumb bombed on. You know what I'm saying? We're pirates. You know, what can we say? You know, we're stuck out here in the middle of a dry ocean.
I take that back. I was a pirate 1 year for Halloween. But outside of that, hell no. And I have some Black Cortezes. That's about it.
Okay. All right. Okay. But it was great pleasure back in 1988 to see Doug Williams smash the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl.
That was the last time going to the Super Bowl.
Well, you know, you guys got beat up pretty bad.
Y'all lost the Pirate Bowl. So.
Man.
So who's the real Bay team?
Huh? Who's the real Bay team?
Yeah.
The real Bay team.
Is it the Tampa Bay Buccaneers or is it?
Man, don't mention them scrubs to us, man.
Las Vegas. So what do y'all call now? The Sparklers?
No, sir. We are called the Raiders. Okay. RAIDERS. Yeah. The Raiders.
Yeah. Press the journal before
yeah, she'll hype us all up and then Oh, my boys are winning. Oh.
Man, leave the ponies in the barn, man.
We're gonna get that oats, and like I said, we're gonna run all over you ship doc fools.
Man, well, we're everywhere, man. Oakland, LA, back to Oakland, Sin City. You know what I'm saying?
In that case, everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants you.
Who wants pirates?
Are y'all the orphans of the league? Oh yeah,
yeah, maybe, but if they do things right, we're gonna be the 2025.
We've been in the same city at least as long as I've been living.
Yeah, well, we've been to Oakland, we've been to LA, back to Oakland. Now we out here in Sin City. You know what I mean? Build a nice stadium for us and everything. And then, by the way, ladies and gentlemen,
that y'all couldn't even play the Super Bowl in.
Yeah, well, that was sad.
No,
but however, I'm putting a special request to the city of Las Vegas. There's a certain building that I see down on the strip by the name of Trump. They need to start bouncing a wrecking ball off the motherfucker. All right. Okay. Y'all have a nice night. I'm out.
All right. Good night. So make sure y'all check us out tomorrow. So the next topic is a topic that we covered previously, and it's about this teacher who had a slave auction in the classroom. And they've been placed on leave. They should have been fired and disbarred or lost their teacher certificate, all of that. Lisa's going to give us the update. For Louisiana. I gotta put the copyright back up.
Ladies and gentlemen, these folks, many of them, want slavery back so bad. That's why they do these mock slave auctions in school. No matter how much you try to do these things, slavery is never coming back. It is never coming back. So you can dream about your glory days and try to break the spirit of our kids and all that stuff all you want. And at the end of the day, it's never coming back.
That's right.
So anyway, a teacher recently placed on leave over a mock slave auction in the classroom. And, if anything, Black parents, please, you got your kids in this school. It's time to bring these slave auctions in school to an end. Right. It is time to make the demand that these teachers are not allowed to do this. How the hell do you teach about slavery and you got to have a slave auction? That tells me you're not a very good teacher, because you should be able to teach it without this. And why is it a bad thing to teach slavery? But one standing pattern I notice, whenever there's a slave auction in school, how come we don't hear nothing from white parents? Right. But if somebody says they're going to teach Black history, y'all go hooping and hollering all over the place. Mm-hmm. But when one of these mocked up slave auction happens, you notice how these white parents go silent? You never see one of them stand up and say, I don't want this going on in the classroom. You notice that? I've noticed it all through the years. So this happened not in the South, y'all, but in Massachusetts. That's where this happened. And it's just what Malcolm X said. He said, anything south of Canada is the South. And that's the truth. So this was a 5th grade teacher in Massachusetts, held a mock slave auction and used racial slurs in a classroom, has been placed on paid administrative leave, the district superintendent said. The teacher, who has not been publicly identified, held a mock auction in January during a history lesson on the economy of Southern colonies. So the superintendent of public schools of North Borough and South Borough. So this is Gregory L. Martineau, said in a letter to parents dated May 29th. During the lesson, the teacher requested two students sitting in front of the class who were of color to stand. Then he discussed the physical attributes, including teeth and strength. That is so degrading. That is degrading. In April, the same teacher read a book to the class that was not included in the core curriculum and used a racial slur that did not appear in the book while doing so. Holding a mock slave auction is unacceptable. This should not be going on in any school in America, y'all. As soon as you hear about this, you should get that teacher fired. It should not be going on anywhere. Okay, they're gonna have to get over their fantasy about slavery. Time to get over it. So anyway,
yeah, like you always tell us,
holding a mock slave auction is unacceptable, Mr. Martineau. This is what he wrote, noting that doing so violated the school district values. He said that he learned of both episodes from parents on April 24th. The parents of students in the class met with the teacher and the principal and said, without specifying when, he noted that the day after the meeting, the educator inappropriately called out the students who had reported the educator's use of the racial slur, which is not acceptable. Oh, so he went in there the next day after they met with the parents and he tried to punish the students for speaking up. First of all, right after it was known that he did this, he should not have been allowed back in the classroom to even make a threat. But apparently he was. So anyway, more than 65% of the school's students are white and less than 2% are Black, according to the enrollment data. Well, there go your problem right there. Paid administrative leave allows for a thorough and unbiased investigation. This is according to the superintendent. So in other words, they're giving him paid vacation. Currently, the district is engaged in due process procedures with the educator who remains on leave. Ms. Valenti could not be immediately reached for comment Sunday. So yeah, well, I got a problem with this person even being paid. They should not get paid, period. They need to go. And if anything, they should not be allowed back in a classroom around children again. You know, they hire a lot of these people that are psychological misfit, and they take them and throw them in front of our children. And they know these people ain't right. So Mr. Martineau, he apologized to the parents and said that he was ultimately responsible. I acknowledge that there were missteps in this process that further complicated the situation. In March, investigators in Massachusetts said they would pursue criminal charges against 6 teenagers who participated in a racist online chat that included a mock slave auction. And in 2022, a North Carolina school board said it would review its student code of conduct and discipline policies after white middle schoolers pretended to sell their Black classmates at a similar auction. So, y'all, I mean, the way I see it, this should not be happening at all, you know? And the fact that it's still going on when auctions, it should not be happening. If anything, I hope that parents work towards putting an end to this, because it's got to come from the parents. Your kids are still in these schools and it should not be allowed. But they pull this stunt every single year. Every year, even when I was in school, they were pulling this slave auction stuff, and it's time for it to stop. You need to just accept the fact that there are no more slaves coming to work on your plantations, and you need to deal with it. If you need psychological help behind that, then go get it. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video.
And don't forget to do the same for Frontline Black News. So yeah, there goes shatters that myth about the North. Like Malcolm X said, you're talking South, you're talking about the South of the Canadian border. This happened in good old Massachusetts, just outside of Boston, old Beantown, and they sitting up here reenacting a slave auction in the classroom. That teacher should be fired, lose all of their pay. If they had a pension, they need to have that taken as well, and they need to lose their teaching certificate. Period. And yeah, so really say, it's out for the count, y'all. So I'm gonna move to the next topic, and that is the legal migrant situation. So as y'all know, Chicago, shout out to Chicago, Black Chicagoans, FBA, Chicagoans for giving Brandon Johnson, the current mayor, and city council all kinds of hell behind this migrant invasion that they're calling a crisis, but it's more like an invasion. And these mugs are running amok in all the so-called sanctuary cities where they're being dropped off by good old bud, Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. And they've been committing all kinds of crimes. And now some of them are finally starting to get arrested. So Lucy's going to give us the update on that. Chicago migrant arrested for 10th. It took 10 times for him to commit.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
it took 10 months. His 10th time in 10 months. So every month he was committing a crime, and it took him 10 months to finally catch his ass.
Here's an illegal immigrant that he's been in Chicago 10 months and been arrested 10 times. So this is somebody obviously in no fear of the criminal justice system here in America. They already know they're untouchable. That's why they keep committing these crimes. So an illegal immigrant in Chicago on May 15th, it marked his 10th police apprehension in 10 months. Carlo Mavarez Valora had been living in the Standard Club migration shelter, and they said for the last year. Yet following his altercation with a police officer midday May, he will now be staying at the Cook County Jail. Oh, really? It took y'all 10 months, 10 arrests to determine maybe he needs to go to jail. How come y'all don't do that with anybody else?
Right. That part, listen.
Okay, so Viloria was first arrested on July 12th of 2023 when he was caught stealing close to $200 worth of baseball league merchandise at Walmart. When he failed to appear in court the following month, a judge issued a warrant for his arrest. He was brought in the next day for shoplifting, $158 worth of t-shirts at Macy's. He received 7 days of incarceration for the initial crime, but prosecutors dropped the charges only a few months later. On November 24th, he was arrested once more for shoplifting. And again, prosecutors dropped the charges. Isn't this convenient? How many Black people in the community got arrested for shoplifting and the charges were dropped? Mm-hmm. So anyway, on February of 2024, Valoria racked up arrests 5 and 6. He was out there shoplifting again from Walmart and again failed to show up for court. Later in February, Valoria was arrested for pulling a weapon of some kind at a convenience store clerk. He reportedly told employees, "I'll shoot you." The migrant was found later that day at a different 7-Eleven carrying a gun. And they said he had a gun that was shaped like a cigarette lighter. And prosecutors again dropped all charges a month later. Dropped charges a month later. On April 12th, Chicago police reportedly tased Valoria after he fled arrests for an attempting to steal malt liquor. No, he was trying to. Okay, no, homeboy didn't try to steal some malt liquor. And 1 week later, he was arrested for illegally entering a local Walgreens. This dude, look, y'all, he don't know how to do nothing but stay in trouble. So he got arrested for selling clothes without a permit. And he was picked up for that. I bought the clothes from another person. This is what he claims, and I'm selling it to make money for my kids. Prosecutors once again dropped the case the next day. For Valoria, his 10th arrest, in which the officer was injured, the judge has reportedly permitted his release under the condition of an electronic monitor. Now, you know, the illegals, they cut them things right off and don't care. That's why they have had a hard time keeping track of them, because they won't keep those monitors on at all. So
in many ways, I love $29 donors more than I love those big, fat, beautiful $1 million donors.
So Chicago has become an epicenter of America's migrant crisis since Governor Greg Abbott of Texas began busing thousands of illegals into the northern states to share the burden with Democratic governors. A large amount of state and city dollars have been allocated to migrants, has caused tension in Chicago's Black community, who are feeling the pinch of limited social services. Well, the bottom line is, you know, apparently, in order for somebody to get arrested 10 times and keep getting charges dropped and get thrown back out in the public, and he's going to keep showing you that you keep putting him out there, he's going to keep committing crimes. He doesn't care, you know? And this is more proof of what everybody is saying. You let a criminal element in here, you know, for the sake of trying to fudge the numbers, because y'all can't give birth anymore. So you're fudging the numbers at the expense of the public. That sounds like you. So, y'all, I tell you what, it couldn't be anybody in our community getting arrested 10 times. And first of all, they wouldn't drop a charge even if it was fake on our people. But on these migrants, they sure are getting the red carpet treatment. Everybody is looking the other way as they commit all these crimes. But they'll look you in the face and talk about some whining. No, we're not whining. We're telling your butt the truth. That's what you don't like. So, y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this story. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
The same for Frontline Black News. All right, thank you, Lisa, for that. So yeah, I have to admit it. The dump was right when he said back in 2020 about these illegal immigrants. And anybody that shared that sentiment was demonized, still demonized. They call you xenophobic and all this other nonsense. And no, it's turning out to be true. So a broken clock is right twice a day. But they've been allowing this shit. We've had the same type of shit going on here in Denver and Aurora, Colorado. And these Democrats just keep saving face for it. They allow these months to take over the city council meetings for the past, 3 months with their nonsense. They even came to the mayor with demands, none of which were answered. But they came to the mayor of Denver with demands. So, yeah, these mothers are very emboldened. So they can just do no wrong, all they're doing is wrong. First of all, by breaking into the country illegally. So this doesn't surprise me. So the next clip I'm going to play is, your boy, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, y'all president. He has allowed 350,000 of these mugs to the country. And they're dismissing their asylum cases.
So I was dating this guy, Chris, for years. I wanted to buy a house. Chris didn't.
Well, tonight in the podcast.
So these must talking about they're seeking asylum and all this stuff. And Biden is just going to let them come on in. He's going to dismiss their asylum cases and make them naturalized citizens. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on this.
Podcast, ladies and gentlemen, while most people was paying attention to Trump and his guilty verdict and all his counts, Biden did something when people wasn't looking. Look at the screen. The Biden administration offers mass amnesty to migrants as it quietly terminates 350,000 asylum cases, according to sources. Now, let's really get into this so you can know exactly what Biden has done. And I just have to ask a question. Do you want to vote for more Biden? Because this is what he's doing. So over 350,000 migrants who have entered the U.S. illegally, not legally, folks, illegally, have had their immigration court cases dismissed, allowing them to go free without a verdict on the merits of their entry. According to a bombshell report, it said top immigration, customs, and enforcement. It said advisor Kerry Doyle circulated a memo in 2022 instructing prosecutors to dismiss cases for migrants, it said, who are not found to be national security threats. According to one report, it said as a result, that year, nearly 103,000 migrants had their cases dismissed, allowing them to walk free into the U.S. without an immigration court judge's verdict on the merits of their asylum claim. Later in 2023, that number dismissed cases skyrocketed to 149,000. So far in fiscal year 2024, 114,000 cases have been terminated without a verdict, according to a report. And under Biden's leadership, a whopping 77% of migrants who claim asylum have been allowed to stay in the U.S., according to a Transactional Records Access Clearinghouse. That's a nonprofit that scours immigration court filings. He said, in fact, under Biden's tenure, the most popular way for migrants to be allowed to remain in the country under formal asylum proceedings is not being granted relief by a judge, but rather having the judge dismiss the case entirely, following the guidance of Doyle's 2022 memo. They said this is just a massive amnesty under the guise of prosecutorial discretion. They said a former immigration judge now working for the Center for Immigration Studies, Andrew Arthur. He said, you're basically allowing people who don't have a right to be in the United States to be here indefinitely. ICE officers who spoke to the media indicated that though these migrants' cases are dismissed after being found without criminal records, they still commit crimes after being released into the U.S. Interior. And so this forces these officers to then start removal proceedings anew. It says sometimes taking years and surely costing taxpayer provided resources. And say if the migrants who ICE no longer controls or monitors commit crimes after dismissal, ICE will have to start all over and issue a new notice to appear in court and start the clock all over again, according to one ICE official. They said, please let everyone know what's really going on. That's what an ICE officer said. They said currently the backlog of asylum cases in the U.S. is around 3.5 million. And so they highlighted how annually removing over 100,000 cases from the system without rendering verdict helps with the optics for Biden. They say after the cases are closed, the migrants are cleared from their removal proceedings, which is automatic classification for all migrants admitted to at the border. They say once their removal proceedings are closed, these migrants are no longer subject to deportation, meaning they can stay within the U.S. And say these migrants are also excused from ICE oversight and will no longer be monitored, unlike those who are still undergoing asylum proceedings in court. As they still after the cases are dismissed, migrants as they can reapply for asylum while in the U.S. Trying to get granted asylum is helpful for migrants because it enables them to get work permits and a U.S. provided benefits. So every year, Biden has been just letting them in constantly, letting them in through the means, but not even going through the process. So let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. You mean to tell me that's what you're going to vote for? You're going to go vote for him to keep doing this? And guess where the migrants are coming? To your neighborhood. Guess what resources they're getting? Your resources. So you mean to tell me that Biden, he's a lot better for the country, right, than Trump? He is. I'm just trying to say, figure that one out. So, okay, you don't like Trump? Fine. So you want a bunch of people that's just taking your resources, but you know, some people, what I realize, are so invested, they don't care about their resources being taken away. They don't care if they dumped in their communities. They don't care because they are so hardcore Democrat. Biden can do no wrong. But to the people who actually got common sense throughout this country, you go vote for Biden in November, you better believe he's going to continue that and then some. Now, listen, you put him back in there and now he know that's his last term. Oh, he really going to mash the gas then because he ain't worried about getting voted back in. He don't care what y'all say at that point. You better believe that. He won't care what you complain about or whatever. He going to dump all the migrants on you he can and give them all the resources that he want to give them because he's not worried about getting voted back in. He's not worried. So go ahead, put him back in. I told y'all, remember this. I told y'all months ago, if y'all gonna put Biden back in there, I'm not gonna say nothing bad about Biden after that. I promise you I won't. Every time Biden do something, I'm gonna lay it at your feet. You voted for it. You must wanted that. You wanted them to be in your neighborhood. You want them to take your schools. You wanted that because you voted for them. So obviously that's what you wanted. That's what I'm gonna keep saying to you the whole time. Biden doesn't do this. That's what you voted for. Trust me, that will be my message. That's what you voted for, and you get what you deserve. The whole time. I won't say nothing bad about Biden. Nothing. I won't say nothing bad even about the Democrats at that point. Some of you will get your wish. But I'm gonna lay it in you. I'm gonna lay it in your lap. Oh, I'm gonna lay it in your lap. The whole time. The whole 4 years that man is in. Everything that happened bad in this country, I'm blaming y'all. I'm not blaming Biden. If y'all put him back in there, I'm blaming you because you wanted that. That's the deal. But it's just y'all can just explain to me, how do migrants benefit the Black community? Let's ask that question too. How do migrants benefit Black America? How do they make our lives better? Well, our tax dollars is going to migrants. How is that? When we're the group of people that's fighting for reparations in the form of cash payments. Do you think we're gonna get closer to reparations? All the migrants that Biden keeps stacking in this country. I mean, do you really think that? I'm just saying. ICE officers are saying, "Hey, man, look, this dude doing some stuff, and like our hands are tied." I told Black Americans when Trump get in there, you need to go get some of them good ICE jobs. Trump will hire you if he get back in there. That'd be some good government job for you. If he gonna have the biggest mass deportation, he say in American history, why not Black Americans get those jobs and be a part of it? Why not? Every country throughout the earth, you got to come in there legally, or they getting your behind right on out. They catch you, they getting you out. And it's not fair to the citizens of a country that people could just come in their country illegally and taking resources. That's not fair.
Right.
You come in the right way. You do things the honorable way, and that's it. You can't just jump the line. That's not right. The people that actually is in line, because Biden is basically cheating.
Yep.
He's cheating people who's doing it the right way. But explain to me two things. We're gonna wrap this up. How do migrants benefit Black America? Number one. And if you're gonna go vote for Biden, is this what you're gonna vote for? Just two questions.
The city's latest figure shows a 44%.
Yeah, I agree with Uncle Phil. You definitely get what you vote for. So y'all voted for Super Jim Crow in 2020. And if y'all F around and do it again in 2024, you only have yourselves to blame. So continuing on with the illegal migrant news, Walgreens in New York is now leaving as a result of all the crime that the illegal migrants are doing, meaning they're stealing out of all the stores, including this Walgreens. So now they're having to close on 8th Avenue in New York City. So Cash Jordan is going to give us the update on that.
Percent rise in shoplifting, and retailers say the dramatic increase is having a negative impact on business and the quality of lives.
So, those plastic cages stores like Walgreens used to lock up their products? Well, apparently that's no longer working. And shoplifting here is so bad, these chains are losing enough money to cause them to just give up, shut down, close locations altogether. And in many cases, like what you see behind me, they're not coming back.
An arrest in a shoplifting case in Queens in which the thief used a blowtorch, yes, a blowtorch, to reach items behind lock and key.
The issue having a major impact on pharmacies, many of whom are just choosing to close up shop altogether.
Back in my Rite Aid, and there's nothing to steal because everybody stole everything.
For the last year, this has been our number one concern. We have these professional criminals that walk into our stores and they are just brazen.
Here's how it works. A criminal network hires an individual or crew called boosters. After robbing a retailer, they turn over the stolen goods to someone waiting nearby called a fence.
Walmart, Walgreens, Macy's are choosing to close stores in problematic areas.
Many shelves are empty, and it's not from the supply chain crisis. It's from shoplifting.
Drugstores like this are under siege due to the high amount of theft that's happening across the country.
Rite Aid recently closed a location in Hell's Kitchen after more than $200,000 in product was stolen over 2 months.
Whoa, we got an arrest over here.
I have nothing else.
What's in there?
Please.
What's in that?
Which I guess means shoplifting's not just a problem at drugstores, it's also a problem at Best Buy. And look at this, 21,000 complaints citywide, causing stores to board up and shut down. But what nobody's talking about is that although this might mean crime isn't down like our leaders keep telling us, all the security theater you see in stores, the progressive plexiglass, the locked up ice cream, the clothing alarms, it's doing nothing to keep some of the biggest retail chains in the world from closing completely. And even though New York just started a $45 million theft crackdown, which will now jail an aggressive, violent shoplifter who touches a store employee, all that money does nothing to stop an aggressive, violent shoplifter who puts their hands on a product not a person or breaks out a blowtorch. And that's because not only does New York want to decriminalize nonviolent crime, apparently crime's only violent when it's directed at something that's living and breathing. And this is particularly bad for our national drugstore chains like Walgreens and CVS, many of whom are doing everything they can to stop crooks, including hiring security guards, eliminating self-checkouts, and even letting the NYPD tap into store security cameras, monitoring everyone's every move in the hopes of catching somebody whose face they can't see before they escape. But you know, the real reason we have a shoplifting problem here in New York is because our leaders think that locking up criminals would be worse for society than locking up a bottle of shampoo, which is why the only ankle monitors in use here are attached to North Face jackets at Macy's so that they don't leave the store and get sold on Amazon. But this is an even bigger problem for drugstores than anybody realizes, because these are the same places that aggressively expanded, shutting down their competitors. And now that they're shutting down, they're threatening to take out entire neighborhoods of New York City in a way that's completely irreversible. I guess nobody told the electronic door for this CVS that it has shut down and is now closed. And the reason for this closure, quite controversial. The store is located on Lexington Avenue, steps away from the subway, in the heart of Manhattan's Upper East Side, a massive neighborhood. Now, when a local outlet asked CVS why they were closing, they got a generic response. But look closely here. The store has newly installed windows on parts of it. And that's because late last year, a hammer-wielding maniac smashed these in, and they had to be replaced. And this kind of lunacy is happening all over the city, not just here.
An arrest in a shoplifting case in Queens in which the thief used a blowtorch. Yes, a blowtorch to reach items behind lock and key. That thief using the blowtorch to steal $450 worth of skincare from a Walgreens in East.
Yeah, so if you want to know why these stores are shutting down, look at that. Somebody using a flamethrower to open cabinets and steal skincare products that they were going to resell? Come on, a guy with a mask, that's not for him. Stores are closing because the city's not actually doing anything about stuff like this. There's a new $45 million program to combat shoplifting, but it's only violent shoplifting, directed at an actual employee of the store. Violence directed at the store itself, like smashing windows with a hammer, that doesn't count for some reason. On top of that, if you steal under $1,000 worth of stuff here, it's just a misdemeanor, which explains why we've got an epidemic of psychopaths destroying everything, causing places like this to vanish forever. But that's not the only reason these places are shutting down.
Shoplifting in the city is at its highest levels, with complaints up by nearly 18,000. Rite Aid recently closed a location in Hell's Kitchen after more than $200,000 in product was stolen over 2 months.
That is unbelievable. And before we get into how the city of New York is actively encouraging this type of malicious behavior, if it's possible for a store to get looted to that level, no wonder these places are shutting down, boarding up. How do you run a business in that type of environment? You don't. And we all know that the city knows this is a huge problem. You'll see police cars just parked out in front of drugstores with their lights flashing just to let the criminals know that the police are right outside. Because apparently if they don't do that, crime in those places immediately goes up. Which is why you've got retail theft gangs stealing whatever they can to resell it in places where they can turn a profit. Amazon, eBay, and recently local businesses have been caught buying stolen merchandise from stores like Macy's just to resell it themselves. Which raises a big question. If the city's aware that all of this is going on, why aren't they doing more to stop it? And why is there all of this in-store security, all of this plastic, all of these guards up to stop stuff from getting stolen if it doesn't actually work?
It's the new strategy in the war against shoplifters. Drugstores are locking up just about every item for sale, including everyday staples like toothpaste and moisturizer. Even basic painkillers are
So here we have your typical progressive plexiglass, which isn't working to stop determined criminals. Which begs the question, Oh, it's not locked. I guess they're not as secure as they might look. But if this was locked and a thief wanted to melt it, so to speak, that certainly wouldn't take very long to melt. The glass is going to be more resistant to melting, obviously, but I mean, a hammer attack or something could easily open this. And a set of bolt cutters here would probably do the trick, unfortunately. But even though these won't stop everybody from stealing, they will stop somebody who just wants to put something in their pocket and leave. And the idea of stopping the casual thief instead of the hardcore criminal, well, that's definitely going to help the store save some money, and it'll stop the casual thief from realizing how easy it is and becoming a full-time criminal. And when you look at all this stuff, it should be obvious that stores have given up on cracking down on the real thieves. All this glass does is stop the opportunistic criminal from stealing something they were going to have to pay for anyways, which means there's no way stores in New York are going to win the battle against theft. But New York's got other problems bigger than just people stealing things, because even though the city says they're cracking down on theft, they've passed other laws that help thieves once they're in the store before they decide to start stealing.
We have these professional criminals, and they are just brazen. Another thing that has sort of contributed to this problem is the shopping bag law that prohibited us from using plastic bags, which is a great thing for the environment, but now has created another monster for us. And the shoplifters, they take advantage of this.
So as somebody who's covered this in New York City for a while, this is something that I've wondered about. Does the plastic bag ban or the in-store shopping bag ban, does that have anything to do with how easy it is for thieves to steal things? And here we have firsthand testimony of how allowing customers to use their own shopping bags has caused a problem. And this bag ban is relatively recent. It started back in 2020. And prior to 2020, if somebody were to walk into a store and start filling their own personal bag with items from the store, it would be a red flag. It would look like that person was doing something wrong. But now everyone who goes into one of these stores goes in with their own personal bag. And whereas in the past, a person with their own shopping bag would have looked like a crook, now everybody looks like a crook. Plus, for health reasons, many people cover their faces. And think of how ridiculous this is. Somebody could walk into a store with a massive burlap sack, their face completely covered, and the store security has no idea that they might do something wrong until they're already headed out the store with a bag full of stuff. You've got store security right on the other side of these double doors. 5 years ago, they'd know who to look out for. But now they don't. The criminals are inside the store ready to steal before the idea that they're even a criminal comes up, which means it now takes 50% less time to commit crime. And look at this. You could literally walk into any store in town with a backpack like this and fill it up to the brim with items. And as long as you stop at the register, which is right next to the store's exit, no one's going to know that you weren't planning on paying for those things.
If a thief wants to steal anything below $1,000, they're not prosecuted. They cannot go to jail. So your gripe is with the current justice system, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. It all started precisely after bail reform, because now we have the more dangerous criminals, not just the petty larceny. Now we have these criminals that when we confront them.
Okay, so the point here is that this is totally the fault of the city. Bail reform has decriminalized theft of under $1,000. You just get a ticket. That's it. Combine policies like that with planet-saving initiatives like a bag ban, and you'll just have more empty stores. Because now crooks have no reason not to be crooks, and stores have no way to figure out that they're going to be crooks until it's too late. But in spite of all these challenges, there's one store in New York that's figured out a way around the rampant shoplifting to an extent, in ways that are incredibly clever. So Home Depot, believe it or not, the perfect target for thieves, but they've been doing something here special to try and get rid of them.
This is professional shoplifting.
100%.
Big box stores like the Home Depot have been hit especially hard. They tell us they're investigating hundreds of cases this past year alone and losing billions. The retail giant showing us exactly what's being targeted.
This is what we refer to our billion-dollar aisles, billions and billions of dollars worth of sales in this product. And then,
so as you can tell from all of the locked shelves right here, security is top notch. And I mean, it kind of has to be. This stuff is so popular to sell online. Everyone's looking for a discount on tools and electronics. And not only are they using padlocks on everything, these are metal gates with bars. And look at this, plastic, so you can't reach a tool in there and mess with anything, which makes sense. I mean, if you could find expensive tools online for super cheap at some discount place, you'd buy them if you needed them. Plus, there are specific things about just the way a Home Depot is designed that makes it easier for the bad guys to do bad things. First of all, these are not confined spaces. You've got super wide aisles, lots of room, because most of the merchandise here is massive. It needs to be brought out to your car, which at a lot of places, stores will let you do. They'll let you just roll the cart right out to the street, which makes sense. You can't exactly take a 300-pound capacity ladder onto the subway with you. But not only have stores like this drastically stepped up their security, there's something else they're doing, which has to do with tools like this that criminals don't really expect.
If you were to try and roll this out of the store, the wheels on this cart would lock. The wheels on the cart will lock. Yes. And if a shoplifter runs out with a stolen power tool,
If you don't scan it and go through the register, it won't even turn on.
you're kidding me.
We want people to know that the value in this is in its ability to work. And if it's not even going to work,
That's fascinating. So inside of a reciprocating saw, like this bad boy right here, there's some sort of chip that activates at the register so that the product itself doesn't work if criminals were to take it from the store and try to sell it without paying for it. But although this is a great idea for things like electronics, everything now has to cost more as the products are more complicated to manufacture. Complicated. Feel free to use that in your own personal vocabulary. But the one downside to this is that a tool is ever purchased and malfunctions, it could be because of these security features. Like, what if your drill just shut down in the middle of a project? That would be so maddening. Not to mention the tech inside all this stuff is RFID and Bluetooth, and hackers are eventually going to figure out how to overpower this stuff and resell these products anyways. But sadly, all this shoplifting comes at a cost. Not just if the product that you've bought malfunctions, but there are other major problems with it that screw up all of society in ways nobody's even thinking of. Not just in the way of higher prices when you try to buy things, but believe it or not, all this theft is actually destroying people's futures. Not just in New York, but in the entire country.
About 70% of in-store purchases are impulse purchases. People, if they can't get it easily off the shelf, they're not going to purchase the product. And in many cases, we're seeing customer counts decline dramatically at stores. Thousands of stores are closing across the country, and those retail jobs are a path to the middle class and a great way for young people to get the skills.
So it turns out shoplifting's not just bad for Walgreens or for New York or for whoever owns this place and can't find a tenant. It's bad for society as a whole. And the problem is that the more crime goes up, the more people need to get hired to try and deal with and eliminate that crime, forcing prices up because all those costs have to get paid for by me and you. But it gets even worse than that. Once stores shut down, you've got another problem, which is that those jobs have now vanished forever. And jobs at other stores like this nearby bank vanish as well when they shut down because of lack of foot traffic. And all these empty storefronts, they're hurting the economy because not only is it a place you or I can't work now if we need a job, how on earth are young people who've been failed by the education system in this country supposed to go out and get a job if the stores that were going to hire them in relatively low-skilled positions are all closed? What are they going to do? Retail jobs in a flagship New York City may in fact not be the most prestigious or the most technical, but these are jobs that many people rely on, and now they're gone forever. Which means that in a city like New York, when you see rampant crime, nobody's taking into consequence how this is relegating families to lives of poverty because they can't work. If these jobs aren't around anymore, it's going to be tough for people to climb the country's economic ladder and make better lives for themselves. And what that means is shoplifting has more victims than any politician wants to admit. And the reason they aren't likely to admit it anytime soon is because when something is non-violent, it's so heartless to lock somebody up for that because they used a crowbar to steal all the skincare at Dwayne Reed and now it's gone. That attitude is why all of this in-store security is completely worthless. Our laws don't punish anybody. If they did, would that stop crime? Would flagship stores like this decide to finally reopen? And what role, if any, are retail giants like Amazon that have an online-only presence playing in this whole thing? Because every single purchase that is made online is a purchase that doesn't happen in a store. And the more stores have to combat retail theft and make things inconvenient for their customers, the more those customers will do what I do and just buy everything online. On top of that, recent laws that have been passed forcing online retailers to crack down on who sells on their platforms because these might be criminal gangs running retail theft enterprises, those also hurt companies like Amazon and eBay, which means there could be a war going on behind the scenes over retail storefronts that you or I do not see because it happens in Washington, D.C. Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video.
What if you could do SEO smarter and faster? With Wix, you can edit your meta tags page by page.
First and right now, I think you Cash Jordan for that update on what's happening in New York with the illegals and all the theft. So moving to the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City, Denver homeless advocates call for an end to civilian team. Now, anybody that's been following Frontline Black News has known, and the revolutionary agenda, and even Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, about this set team, street team enforcement team that the DPD has created under the Hancock administration and just rolled all into the Johnson administration that are professional snitches for the police. And they're basically snitching on the encampments and what's going on in the encampments. And Now that's affecting the illegals. Now it's a problem. It was affecting our Black unhoused neighbors, actual citizens who were unhoused. They didn't. The council, the people that come to speak at city council, didn't have no issues with any of that. We had a whole campaign that we can do better, and we want to overturn the urban camping ban and give people the right to rest, right to survive. And then Hancock, before he left office, created this damn set team. It basically goes around harassing our unhoused neighbors, my term, and letting them know when there's a sweep scheduled for their area or their encampment. And they take inventory of who's in what camping. If they have warrants and all of that stuff, like they work hand to hand with the police, with the DPD. So, like I said, now it's affecting the illegals, illegal immigrants in these camps. Now it's a problem.
For 5:30, a group of advocates for the unhoused in Denver says enforcement of anti-homelessness laws is up almost 50% under Mayor Mike Johnston.
Yeah, Hell's Keys Action Network Denver shared new data today and held a rally calling.
It's the group that was formerly known as DHO, Denver Homeless Out Loud, that I and others, such as even Lady Tables with them briefly, by way of me and our brother, our former brother, she's a traitor, Jerry Burton. And now they're known as HANDS, or House Keys Action Network, but it's the same group. They just changed the name, but it's literally the same group of people.
On the city to do better. Fox 31's Gabrielle Franklin explains.
Yeah, HAND and other advocates for the unhoused community in the city are highlighting enforcement of what they call the city's anti-housing law. And new this afternoon, they are now calling on one of the city's enforcement teams to be dissolved.
DPD and SET, the street enforcement team, are not taking a much more compassionate, lowered approach.
House Keys Action Network released new data with the help of Newman McNulty Law Firm. The group saying the numbers reflect what they've been experiencing over recent months.
Where the general public looks and doesn't see large visible encampments, it's not just through getting people into units. It's primarily through policing.
The DPD stats in the data show 1,017 incidents where Denver police made contact for unauthorized camping happened between January and March of this year. That's up 46.5% compared to January through March of last year, when DPD only recorded 694 of those incidents. Reading real-life experiences from their peers, folks in the unhoused community saying the enforcement gives the city the illusion that unhoused people are off the streets when they are instead being shuffled around.
They kind of just forced me to be out of the public eye. It's public property. When told to leave, you just kind of go. They brought the police with them. They said that we can't be in tents, but we can't be in the park. So I don't know where to go.
The group says data around SET, or the city's street enforcement team, makes the situation worse. Data showing all the encounters from the team made up of civilians involved homeless people. Advocates are now calling for that team to be dissolved.
And we're calling on him to drop SET, change course, and invest those resources instead with the on-the-ground community.
That's our cop Mala Harris, if you will. It's only black when it's convenient.
Who are already doing the work.
And just before we came on air with you all, just a short time ago, the mayor's office got back to us with a statement about these new findings. I want to share with you all what they said, saying in a statement, quote, "Our first priority is always to connect people with resources and housing first, which is why we've strongly prioritized encampment resolutions that bring people directly to individual units." Now, that group that we just showed you all in that story, they are testifying right now before city council members. We will be keeping an eye on how this all plays out. But for now, we're live in downtown Denver. Gabrielle Franklin, Fox 31.
Gabrielle, thank you.
The only police officer.
Yeah, so that's some Johnny come lately stuff. Some people, they were part of the whole. So been pushing this a long time. And now all of a sudden that's affecting the illegals. now it's a problem. They were at city council earlier yesterday now, testifying about this stuff. But nobody cared when it says team was harassing our Black unhoused neighbors, our Black unhoused citizens, period. Way better goddamn eye. But now it's affecting the illegal immigrants in their camps that they have set up throughout the city. Now it's a problem. So we got a quick update on one of the killers of Elijah McClain over here in the good old city of Aurora, Colorado, an all-American town that's really a sundown town. And convicted officer Elijah McClain's death pleads for jail release, cites health and safety concern. If you don't go somewhere with that bullshit, now I have PTSD. I can't serve my sentence. They only sentenced him like, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think he got 5 years, 4 or 5 years for killing Elijah McClain. He was one of the officers that put him in a chokehold right before they had the paramedics had administered ketamine, which is horse tranquilizer, to him, which ultimately killed him.
Out of 3 to be convicted in the death of Elijah McClain, Randy Rodema began serving a 14-month sentence in a jail work release program in March. But a court motion filed this past week reveals he wants out because of PTSD and anxiety. His attorneys write Rodema has a constant fear of being attacked in jail because of his prior law enforcement service. The motion says he can't get effective treatment for his PTSD, which stems from being shot in combat while in Iraq back in 2007. Rodema is only getting approximately 3 to 4 hours of sleep due to extreme paranoia and depression, and that he lost 30 pounds due to stress, his attorneys wrote. They are asking the judge to let him serve out the remainder of his time through home detention.
Black man.
And the Colorado Attorney General's office, which prosecuted this case, responded with a motion. Prosecutors say because Rodema is appealing his conviction, the district court does not have jurisdiction to reconsider changing his sentence. A judge could respond to Rodema's request sometime this month, so we'll see what happens.
I hope they deny it.
We'll have to wait and see. Thanks so much, Jeremy.
I hope they tell him to go shove that shit up his rectum. He know what he did. He was complicit in the murder of Elijah McClain. He did the crime. Now serve the goddamn. I believe that concludes our episode. Thank y'all for staying up late with us. A lot to go over. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter.com, formerly known as Twitter. And we're going to have explosive episodes, so make sure y'all tap into that. It's also going to be simulcasted on StreamYard, so definitely make sure y'all tap in tomorrow, later on today, this evening, for that. At 6 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Mountain time, 8 p.m. Central time, and 9 p.m. in the East. So, yeah, thank you, Twin. Thank you for joining us. Also, thank you, Brother Shabazz from out here for joining us. Shout out to the MD20 for joining us, and anybody else that tapped in tonight. So Che and Krumah signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. So we'll see y'all later on for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment.